Alright, I'm back.
No, I haven't made my decision, Edge. I just kind of threw it on there and figured it would change it if I needed to. Oh. But yeah, I tried asking you what you planned on playing tonight and if you were going to be up for a while. Because if you were going to be playing POE and you're going to be up for a while, I'd definitely play POE. But if you weren't going to be on for very long, or if you wanted to play Guild Wars 2, I'd jump on Guild Wars 2. Or like an hour, or 2, or 3. Going on, Z? How's the grind coming along? It goes pretty good. I just finished making my dinner. So we got some mac and cheese. And then I'm still hungry after that. I got some chicken breasts. But that's still in the fridge because I feel like the mac and cheese is gonna be more than I need. At level 92 on my death oath. Yo, Edge, like no lie. I mean, I know you still said you're in Sands or whatever. But bro, I've hit so many of these jewels. So I failed 3 and I've succeeded 6. Boom, boom, boom. But we're gonna chill for a minute. Got 3 to spin. Need to figure some things out. Getting to red tumor. Yeah. You have a lot of options as RF on how to become a little tankier. Easiest option Z is get block. So I think you already have the block node. It's this wheel right here with the ascendancy or with the mastery, +1 block or 5 block or whatever, or +1 spell block with 5 block. You have that and a relatively decent block shield with life on block, and you pick up glancing blows, you become infinitely tanky. Like, not unkillable, but like you become super tanky. As long as you have a decent life pool. Your other option is to get a Defiance of Destiny. So the cheapest of the cheap, it's actually not a bad one. For 1 div, you can get a Defiance of Destiny, and you're shooting for like, you want a higher than 17. You want 20 is max, but if you were to go for like a 20, you're looking at 4 div. This is actually not good nor bad because it's technically a 16 that turned into a 20. Same thing with this one. Like this one's better for 4 div. +3, nice. You got one of the Dragon Fangs or whatever. So if I was using, this is probably what I would shoot for instead of the block. Something like this. Yeah, the Astromantis. Yeah. So you need to solve your attribute issue so you can put on a better amulet. If you take off your amulet, what stats are you missing? What up, Tover? Oh, you replaced the Ash Ventus? Okay. Mana regen? Is it a unique? Or just some random yellow? Can you link it to me? Just easier. Now, hear me out on this a little bit. There's a lot of ways that you can build the character. Right? A lot of different defensive layers, a lot of different ways to tankify up. And every one of them depends on just like the route in which you want to take, right? What do you mean? I'm online. I'm just on my I'm on my Death Oath character. You're right here. I have no idea, Edge. That's an interesting question. There you go. Oh. Oh, so it's a life regen. I mean, okay. Reduce attribute requirements. Interesting idea. So, if you do remove this, what are you lacking? And how much? So you're lacking 27 dex and 34 int. Interesting, you're lacking int. All the stats, int should be the easy one to not have to worry about. Dex is usually the problem child. Yeah, huge dex roll. Yeah. My question here, see, is why do you have old res as a chieftain? Oh, okay. I mean, if you saved money by getting cold res, obviously it makes sense, and you just change it. I was just curious. But this is good. The only thing I don't like about this amulet is it's only 50% like useful. Like the rarity kind of bad. Regen, it's flat regen, it's kind of low. Um and then the energy shield meh at best. Wait, you don't have to buy mats. Okay, gotcha. I mean, mats are really cheap. What was it? How much is it? It's like 500, isn't it? Yeah, it's like 500. How much is 500? C. That's not too terrible. Yeah, 12C, and you can change that cold to fire. But as I was saying, there's a lot of ways that you can go about getting yourself tankier without using a Defiance of Destiny. You have two block options. One is expensive. One is probably just as expensive. One is the surveillance option. 40 div. Basically, what happens is you get to 65 block, and this turns into lucky block, which basically makes it 90% chance to block, theoretically. And just gives you a ridiculous amount of block chance. This does not require you to take glancing blows. Because the item comes with spell block, and then the block chance gets converted into a little bit of spell block from the tree, mastery, right? The one that gives you one spell block per 5 blocks. So it gives you 4 spell block here, plus like the 13 to 15 on the shield, and then you get like 26 from Tempest Shield, right? But I think these plus the block nodes also count, because this is like 12. So this is a different one than the one you have, but you have 3, 6, yeah, like another 16 here. So I mean, like 16 plus like 23, not quite 40, but like it's pretty close, right? But you get that, and it basically puts you to like 50 or 60 block or whatever. You might have to pick up small extra amount of blocks somewhere, but you get that and you become really tanky. Now, if you don't go with the Savallans, you need to get to 75, and that requires a yellow shield with life on block. So you grab this percentage of life when you block, and you get a shield, right? And you try and get something with like some spell block on it. So right, so something like this, the chance to block spells probably get a little bit higher, life on block. So ideally you'd search for 5% life on block. And I don't know what spell block you'd shoot for. Like, if 15 would be max. But then from here, you need more things, right? Life would be great, and you can see it starts to get expensive. Now you're gonna realize if you're switching off of the Rise of Phoenix, you're gonna lose 5. Get a fire res, so the only way to fix that is to go really big, and you're gonna get really expensive because you can get plus the max fire res and all res. Technically, you can get what you're looking for. So you get where's the plus the all res? Did I not? Oh, I picked the wrong one. Sorry, hold on. Give me a second. Where's Max? Sorry. So I'm trying to find this exact mod. There we go. So you get +5 to fire and then +2 to all. Gives you +5. And then you get, I don't know if you can get life on block at the same time. Because that's a suffix, that's a suffix, that's a suffix. And I think spell blocks is a suffix. It's not. So it's just really expensive and really hard to find because there isn't any on here. Now, if we lost like a little bit of the percentages here, there's not even a single one. So it's probably too hard to actually find with all of these. So you'd have to pick and choose. Ideally, like you want the life on block. So I mean, you have two options here. If you're, I don't know, if you're not using, if you can get to 75/75 without glancing blows, you probably don't need life on block. But life on block is very useful. If you don't need 5 to all res, right, to your fire res, you can also make do with dropping one of these one of these res nodes, right? As you can tell, this stuff gets very expensive very fast. Because this is kind of like what the meta is right now. There's like a shield like this. But if you were to like drop, why can't I type in this? If you were to drop the life on block or spell block, it gets cheaper, but you don't have the sustain from the life on block. But you have glancing blows, do you not, Z? Like I said, there's a lot of options, but all of them really, they all are slightly different. Oh, nice, nice. That's pretty good. I mean, 5% chance to ignite. The ignite duration is kind of nice, but overall, kind of meh. Kind of meh. I mean, I see what you're getting here, though. The ignite duration is pretty good. And then the fire, all stats and fire damage, it's at least helpful, but it's not the greatest. Something rather than nothing. Anyway, so what I'm getting at here is if you take glancing blows, you're still taking 65% of every block hit. So if it's 1,000, you're still taking 650 damage. All right. It reduces your damage taken by 35% when you block, but you're only blocking 1 out of 4 hits. Or sorry, 3 out of 4 hits. Right? Which is good. So it's not quite a 35% damage reduction since it's 1 out of 4 or 3 out of 4. But it is a really big damage reduction. That's one thing. Now, if you don't take glancing blows and you can get to 75/75, then that is a much bigger defense reduction because, or damage reduction, because when you block a hit, you take 0 damage. So now it's like a 75% damage reduction flat. So 75 damage reduction, you don't really need life on block at that point, right? But being around a 30% damage reduction, and if you're struggling to stay alive, you need life on block. right? And it's not that you need it, you kind of want it. I can. I mean, it doesn't really help all that much. I'm just at this point it's theory talking, right? It's a conversation figuring out how you want to go about fixing your character because there's no one size fit all cookie cutter answer I can give you. And I don't like doing that anyway. Right? I want it to suit your play style and how you want your character to be, right? So, let's see what we have here though. So you have can't be stunned. I personally don't think this is a necessary stat. It's a helpful stat, but I don't think it's necessary. Um, it's useful in a sense that you won't get stun locked to death. When you're trying to shield charge through mobs and stuff, but at the end of the day, if you're using Brine King, if you press Y, this top left one, as long as if you've been stunned, you can't be stunned for the next couple seconds. So you're only gonna get stunned once every couple seconds at most. If you upgrade this, you can be stun freeze immune as well and stuff like that. So if you have this, which you probably will have, this I feel like you don't need stun immunity. It, like I said, does help. It can prevent you from taking unnecessary deaths occasionally, but it's not super necessary. Second link, as I was saying before, you're almost at a point I think right now where you kind of probably want to revamp the way you're going to be the bottom side, so you can pick up this regen per endurance charge, but not yet, not yet. Lastly, like this one node here, I feel like you don't need this one node. It's only 10% area of effect, and if you remove it, your righteous fire is at 3.4. It goes to 3.3, so it is kind of useful because you are at a break point, but this one passive point could be used elsewhere for more damage. I could also see you still haven't picked up much ignite chance. But anyway, if you already have glancing blows and you're already at 75 block and you are struggling to stay alive, you either A, need a yellow shield with life on block, or B, you need a Savalence, and then you can drop glancing blows probably. Because if you drop this, you're at 40, 30, so you're not quite there. Yeah, so you'd be roughly the same amount of block chance, so you're not quite high enough. You'd have to pick up a little extra block nodes to drop this to get to 65 block with a Savalence. It's doable, but that would require a revamp of your tree a little bit because you want to probably pick up this node down here. So you'd want to be on the outside once again. So I mean, there's a lot of ways to go about this. You can you could save points by not going this way, which drops your HP, right? And if you, I mean, there's a lot of things to talk about here. Like, feel like, let's look. You have a ruby flask. If this ruby flask is proc, you can drop a little bit of fire res. So, with that said, you could technically drop this whole side of the tree here. You can drop the stun immunity. You can drop the fire res here. Obviously, the jewel, right? And we can try to save a few points by just going this way, right? And then the goal is, since we're coming through over here anyway, personally, I wouldn't want to come through on both sides. So what it would be quite a hefty like swap for you. But if you went this way, right, and then you dropped this, like I said, you're gonna lose a bunch of regen, you're gonna lose a bunch of life. But you drop this, obviously you pick up the corrupted blood immunity back, right? And then you connect it through the back way here, right? Just feels unnecessary because you need to be here. You need to be here. It just feels unnecessary because the problem is if you want glancing blows, you got to come through here, right? And you don't want to connect through both sides. Just doesn't feels bad having to connect through both sides. I mean, you're at a real pivotal like pivot point where you either have to refund a bunch of your tree to revamp it into a cluster tree, or you got to drop stuff in certain spots to make room for other things. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to go about this because at the end of the day, like this is kind of like where you're at, right? And I'm curious on how +3. You're at 87%. This is what I don't understand. If I drop +2, oh, that's why it's +3. Yeah, because I'm only +2. You dropping this would give you 3 points. I would like to drop this side instead, personally. Um, so like, all right, hold on. I would like to drop this whole section, because you lose 1 max fire res while your flask is active. Instead of being at 90, you're at 89. Just fine. But you gain 8 points to play with. And these 8 points can be very useful. Um Yeah, I was just trying to think of a way to get to this. I mean, it's not a lot because you only have. I don't know if you have a consistent way of generating endurance charges right now, except for your shout, and the shout's kind of meh. But yeah, dropping this side over here, so you won't have your jewel, which is fine. You won't have your cast and stun, and you lose the 10 decks here, which is kind of annoying. Um, which puts you under decks for using your gems. But the rest of this looks better, and like I said, with the extra stats you have available to you, what I personally do to fix my stat problems until I get better gear is I pick up 30 nodes. So you have a 30 node here and a double 30 node here that are both very good to use. On top of that, you can pick up another endurance charge if you have ways to generate them. But like I was saying before, your big problem here is you don't have ignite chance. You're missing so much ignite chance, right? So if you look at the calculations and we look at, say, fire trap, and then we look at, where is it? Ignite, chance to ignite, you have 30% chance to ignite, right? 10 of it comes from one of your passive trees, and the other one comes from the other passive tree. So you have 30% chance to ignite right now. That's not enough. Bottom left? No. So you would get this one here, and this one here. That gives you 30. And then you have this one here that gives you another 20. That gives you 50. It puts you to 80% chance to ignite. It's those 3 points there. Remember when I was telling you originally when you were like picking these points, picking the bottom one is my ideal? Because yes, this is damage, but this gives ignite chance, and ignite chance is more important for your pops. So, with that said, you also, I think you have one, and maybe you don't. Okay, you don't have one. So there is a mod on a flask you can get, and it is chance to ignite during flask effect, and it gives you increasement. That can cap your ignite chance out without having to get ignite in other places. I would recommend that, and that would overcap your ignite chance, giving you, as long as your flasks are active, you have guaranteed ignite when you get pops, and that's huge for you. Combo that, you would need a new pair of gloves, or maybe not new pair of gloves, but you would need to e-core these gloves to give yourself ignite spread. If you get ignite spread on your gloves, that shit will feel infinitely better. Are you talking about attacks have ignite chance? We're not using attacks. We need generic ignite. And this doesn't help you. Like coming down here, unless you're getting this block wheel, this wouldn't help you. You'd go out of your way. Like I said, it's not attacks. So if we look at ignite chance. Alright, this is attacks. This over here is attacks. We come up. You already have this one. You already have this one. And then this is the next one. These are the other two. So you basically are picking up all the ones I just recommended to get ignite chance. Like I said, this is 30, that's 50. And then you got this right here, puts you to 65, puts you to 75. I think it has a base chance of 5, puts you to 80. And like I said, if you get a flask with the mod on it, it puts you over 100. You're good. Don't have to worry about your ignite chance going forward. But that's what I would recommend for that. And then you need to e-core your gloves to get ignite spread. Yeah, learning is process. Yeah, you gotta learn one piece at a time. So what you're looking for here is I can never remember if it's, I think it's Ember. I could be wrong. I think it's the Embers you have to use, but so ignites I think it's you inflict, wait, ignites you inflict spread to nearby enemies. This is what you need on your gloves. You need this. Well, I wouldn't want to buy a pair of gloves because your gloves are fine. Right? You have decent gloves. Like they have okay HP, they have HP regen, they have fire and chaos. Like they're fine, right? Fire damage, leech his life is fine. Not your best option unless you're playing my setup. But when you get a pop, you'll heal from it. Unless you're at full HP anyway. But they're good gloves, right? They're not the best gloves, but they're good gloves. So just putting an E-core on them to get ignites you inflict spread, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to notice a massive difference in your clear and just your kill potential. It's actually, this one stat is actually wild because it's the E-cores, these ones. So depending on what tier you use, they're obviously more expensive or less expensive, but I'm pretty sure it's these ones. You can just click it and you click on the pair of gloves and it adds the e-core. You can have both on at the same time. So right now, I think you have the fire damage leached from the Eldritch e-core. And then I think the Ember, the lesser Ember, the Eldritch Ember, is for the Ignite spread. I never remember. Memory is hard for me at this point. But you just click it and you can have two of them on there. Like I'll show you on this pair of boots, right? So you just click it and it adds something, right? These boots now have increased effective buffs granted by Lightning Golem. Okay, that was bad. Chance to avoid shock. Okay, that could be pretty useful if you're running a thing, which I might end up running, so we'll keep that for now. And then you can also use the other E-core, so you can get two things on there at the same time. And I think I'm just gonna do that. But yeah, you just double E-core it, right? Each one of them has its own list of pool of mods that it can roll. And like I said, the Ember one should give you the Ignite spread. If you just buy a bunch or farm a bunch, not that hard. You just come down here to just type in Ember, buy the cheapest one. Like they're 4.5, so 2C for 9. It's pretty cheap. 2C you get 9 attempts. I mean, just keep rolling it. You can keep smacking it.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Direct, what's going on? You can keep smacking them, Z. I'm gonna be in an ad in like 20 seconds. This is something that you can roll over and over again, Z, until you hit the one you're looking for. Direct, what's going on? Thanks for the raid, my friend. How was the stream? Sorry, I was trying to take the last bite of my mac and cheese and it got all over my face. A noodle fell on my lip. All right, we're gonna wait on the ad to finish, guys, and then we're gonna continue on with our conversation with Z, trying to help them out. Because I feel like they get Ignite spread here. They can keep the. I mean, they should have kept the fire damage leached, but it's fine. They can always re-roll it. Helmet is a tolerable starter helmet with the burn. Rise of Phoenix fine. Weapons fine. Cloaks fine. Boots. Good boots. Yep, these are good boots. Fire ring is tolerable for now. They did get a new ring with good life. Gotta convert the cold over. Mortal flesh fine. Oh, this was a good pickup. And this is kind of needing to be replaced. See what we got. Got fire trap. Yep, set up. Got all these manual casts. Yep, we got those. Got the summer skitter. We need to drop scorching ray. Scorching ray does not need to be there unless it's just being leveled. This looks fine. And then yeah, we look good here. We have like no mana, which is fine. The only thing I would say here is the scorching ray just needs to be dropped. And other than scorching ray, I think you're fine. Um, yeah, it's just like the problem we have here is Like reses are good, chaos is bad. Net recovery is good. Block's good. It's just you take damage from each block still, and you have like no armor, which is expected. We could pop on the flasks. See what it looks like with this. Yeah, res is decent with that on. Armor goes up quite a bit, but doesn't help all that much. Yeah, I think the problem with the build right now is it doesn't have any type of sustain other than regen. Right, so we even go into configuration here. If you use endurance charges, it helps. You have life tap. Flask trap. You probably aren't on. I mean, you could be, but I don't think you are. Blocked recently. And you'll be in stance. So I mean, you get tanky with all this, you know, equivalented in. Still, 40k or 50k isn't quite what we're shooting for. And this is where, like I said, the amulet kind of comes into play, or the better. There you go. You got the ignites. Nice. The bottom one, the other one, Z, you can re-roll as well, because I noticed you did re-roll it a handful of times. I'm curious of why you re-rolled it to begin with, because you could have kept the fire damage leached. It was tolerable, at least useful. But it's fine, you know. The last one, like the other one, the non-ember one, it's not a big deal because there's not a great one for you. Because the only few things is fire damage leads to life, damage per strength, and it's not a lot because you get damage per 100 strength, and usually you get up to like 200 strength, so it's only like 6% damage increase. Like I said, it's not a huge damage buff, so it's like the bottom one don't really worry about. Like, but this ignite spread is going to be insane for your clear, and even like your single target potential. Because basically what ends up happening, Z, is when you get an ignite, even if the thing dies, it lingers on the ground as it's like pulsing ignite. That if anything walks into it, it hits them and does damage. So when you get a pop on the screen, it radiates all these ignites on the ground, and anything that doesn't die to the initial explosion that like runs towards you or whatever just burns and dies. It's insane. Actually insane. This is why you need 100% chance to ignite, though. Because if you just get pops and there's no ignites, then the spread kind of just feels bad. Because it doesn't spread. It doesn't have ignites on the ground and stuff like that. But looking at what you have here, Z, with everything engaged, everything turned on, all your flasks, and let's say you do have endurance charges, even if you don't have a reliable way to generate them. I would say you're okay. You have good net life recovery, but that's your only survivability option. Now, you do have the ability, Enduring Cry, that you manually use as needed. So it is your life last. So when you get low, you pop your Enduring Cry. The problem is you're trying to pop your Enduring Cry to have your endurance charges on anyway, so it might be on cooldown. So that's kind of bad. Which is why, like I said, like at this point, you're at a point where you either you need to get the Defiance of Destiny, so you get a ridiculous amount of healing, or you need to get a yellow shield with life on block. Right? So if you were to, in theory, like we were showing you before, I just get like a generic shield. I don't really care what it is. Just do like an armor shield. I honestly just don't really care. If we were to put on, yeah, because you would need max. If you wanted to keep your same resistances, you would need max resist plus this max res. And you would need a life on block. And the problem is the life on blocks, I think, are only from Delve. Maybe not. Thought it was. Anyway, hold on. I need to find an item to copy and paste in here. Here's a. Oh, the Shaper. Maybe? Conquest. Okay, so it does come off of a couple items. But like a Shaper influence or a Conqueror's influence. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. His damage does nothing for you. Neither one of these do anything for you. Like, the Ignite spread is the only thing that does anything for you. So let's see here. If we were to craft a shield, we would do like a Shaper influence. This gives us the life on block that we're looking for. Or it should. Yeah, it's at the here. So you get something like this. Oh wait, sorry. So you get something like this, right? Instead of Rise of the Phoenix. So you can look. The Rise of the Phoenix gives you more dot damage because it gives you. Actually, I don't know why it gives you more dot damage. Interesting. Because you don't get more HP from this. Here's some why it gives you more dot damage. That's interesting. But this can't be calculated in survivability because it's recovering life when you block, right? So it doesn't really calculate the same way. So if we come into configurations, I don't know if there's a way to actually calculate it. Well, needless to say, it makes you tankier. What up, Pip? Wait, what can't you see? Because I was trying to explain everything via words. So on your gloves, the top one where it says ignites inflicted spread is the stat you want. So your gloves are fine. Leave your gloves. I'm just contemplating, like, I'm trying to fit. Like, you're saying you're getting to red tier maps and you're popping, and I feel like if you're dying, then you're either A, positioning poorly and standing in stuff you shouldn't, or B, you don't have enough sustain for other than your regen to keep yourself alive, right? And that's where popping your enduring cry when you start getting low kind of comes into play. But then you can't rely upon your endurance charges being active. So if you're dying to bosses, you're standing in stuff you shouldn't. Bottom line. Your only other option, like I said, is to get a is to get a Defiance of Destiny, but you said you can't change that because it bricks your uh stats, right? And in all honesty, you could fix stats with points. I personally think Defiance of Destiny is perfect. It makes you ridiculously tanky. It just doesn't show on POB. What up, hero? Yeah, hero. I would assume if she's dying to bosses, she's dying to a mechanical hit, standing in something she's not supposed to. But Defiance of Destiny prevents you from dying from small hits. It literally makes small hits unkillable because you heal for so much every time you take a hit. It's ridiculous. Now, if you stand in something you're not supposed to, you will still die. And gear isn't going to change the fact that if you stand in something you're not supposed to, you're still going to die. Unless you block it or dodge it, you're going to die. It's inevitable. Like they can't make a build where you can't die. Impossible to die. You can get damn near close, but you're going to still get a hit by if you stand in mechanics, you're gonna die. Yeah. So your problem then isn't so much replacing your gear as much as it is not standing in stuff. I mean, 4.5k is fine, Fip. We're not talking like meta builds now when we're talking 25, 30,000 HP. 4.5k is the reasonable like average that most RF players rock. Pushing to 5 to 6k is ideal with high-end gear. But most people life stack now. So we're looking at 15 to 30,000 HP is the ideal number that people shoot for. But I mean, bro, like 4.5k, I can easily do tier 16 maps with 4.5k. Like I have 5.5 on this character, but I have a lot more gear. I have a lot more currency, right? Like my helmet is 130 life, right? My gloves is 130 life. My boots is 120 life. I have like what a little over 100, like 15 on this. Still have a dog shit chest. I have no rings. No, I have 70 on my Ami. Like my gear is somewhat better. And then I think I have a few more HP nodes than Z does. So that's because I scuff my damage a small amount by picking up more HP, but HP gives us more survivability and damage, so it works out. Yeah, so the Maven invites are really easy. It's actually doing the straight up real Maven fight that is actually the problem. So, I don't know. At this point, Z, like, not much I can really do to really help you. Like, other than getting another, like, good yellow ring with, like, a good HP, good stats or whatever, and to replace the Pyre. Like, that's the only real choice you really have here. Because the Immortal Flesh is fine. The amulet is fine for regen. Eventually, you do want to replace this with either a Defiance of Destiny or a very good like damaging yellow. Like more damage oriented yellow. Your boots are fine. Like you could obviously upgrade the stats. Like all the stats on here are what you want, but you can upgrade the quality and the tiers of the stats. Same thing with your gloves. Just upgrade the tier. Your chest is fine. Your helmet, once again, you can upgrade this a little bit. You can get an essence crafted version, but it's basically the same exact thing, but essence crafted. Obviously, minus energy shield, minus accuracy, and minus mana. Sorry, I'm yawning. Whew. Rise of the Phoenix. The only thing that this would get replaced with is one of two things. Actually, it could be there's a whole lot of variations to the build, but the two I could think of would either be a very high tier yellow that has like life on block, life, double res, max res rolls kind of style, super expensive. And then your weapon, you ain't gonna change this anytime soon. But when it comes to your stats, if you replace the amulet and you're struggling with stats, until you can get more stats either on an amulet or a ring or on your gloves or your boots or something like that, just pick up the 30 nodes just to sustain you until you can figure it out. You have the 30 here and you got the 230s down here. You're not gonna have a strength issue. You're not gonna have too much of an int issue, but you can. You also have this random dex node picked up that's ready for the jewel and the endurance charge. The only thing I would say is like dropping this section over here is useful because you don't really need the +3 to fire res right now, because without them you're still at 89% with your flask popped. I think stun cannot be stunned is kind of unnecessary for you at this point, and this random jewel socket is unnecessary. So I would say dropping those would be kind of like your go-to, right? Um and if we like look at POB other RF players really fast, right? You kind of get a gist of like what the high level 17 million damage people are doing, right? So if we like look at their builds really quick, they pretty much have what you, I mean, they all run a mage build, they all run nebulous, and they all run the Foulborn Wrathpith, right? Those are the three staples, and they're all gonna run a Combs Heart pretty much. So with that in mind, they have really big HP modifier amulets and rings to give them big damage. And then any multi they can get on either one of them would be insane as well. So that's like big damage / HP rolls. Their helmet, like I said, it's literally the helmet you have, but essence crafted with a little extra, but life. And then the triple essence, or the essence craft with the triples socket and support gems. A very simple helmet, but it's very expensive. The gloves is exactly what we were just talking about. Ignite spread with huge life, chaos roll, pretty much damage during flask effect or damage during leeching, which leeching one's for me, but this one's better for you. Life regenerate. The boots, same thing, exactly what you already have. The only difference is they have aspect of spider that they rock for single target, not necessary for you, but you can segue into that at some point. Chance to avoid freeze, so they don't have to actually take the freeze immunity. Like I said, pretty much exactly everything you have. And then they're rocking, the 4 flasks, which is pretty much chance to ignite, life regen, movement speed, and more Ellie reses with the ruby flask to cap out their reses. And they're rocking a cinder swallow. You don't need to, but it's useful for you in the build. And then they go on adorns and they just start stat stacking. So this is what I was saying before. This is a complete cluster swap with jewel swap, and it's a completely different build than what you're rocking. So, but it's similar, right? You come up, you come this way, you pick up the cluster, and you just branch for all the jewels, basically. It's a completely different play style. It's just, like I said, there's so many ways to play RF now. It's actually insane. Did you buy that? It's corrupted. That's, okay. So the problem with this is it's corrupted. So in order to anoint onto it, you have to spend a corrupted oil. Yeah, it's got blocked because it's corrupted. And in order to anoint onto it, you'd have to use a corrupted oil, which it's fine. Painted oil right here, they cost 300C. So it's 1.5 div basically, just to put an anoint onto it on top of what it costs. So I wouldn't buy that, especially since it's only a 14% for missing HP heal. Ideally, you want close to 20 or above. So when it comes to Defiance of Destiny, yo, mate, did I not say hi? I appreciate you, man. 370, let's go. Time gone. Yeah. So if you're looking at the stats of this, right? So obviously the all res here is always going to be positive. Obviously, like this is just icing on the cake. Same thing with the HP, goes from 60 to 80. These are just like, sure, if you can get higher stats, you can get higher stats. Ignore the implicit. So the only thing on this amulet that truly matters is the very last stat where it says gain percentage of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy is the god tier stat. It can roll from 10 to 20%. Now, the problem is if you type in 20 in the minimum, you're going to see a lot that are 20 or 22 or 21 or whatever, but they're not true 20s because they have quality, and quality with the life one brings this 20 all the way to 24. So 24 is technically max. So if you type in 24, you can see 6 divines for a 24 quality. This is actually nuts. 6 divines for this is huge for you. Now, the reses are really bad and the life roll is pretty good, but it's really all about the bottom number. If you can get a gain 24% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy, it's so hard to die unless you get one hit. Got home. Oh, help with grandma. Nice. Okay. Well, congrats. Thank you for dropping in tonight. Glad you did had a good day. Hope grandma's good. So this is something I would shoot for. Save a little bit and get to a like 6 divines by yourself, a 24% unreserved missing HP heal from one of these that's not corrupted, and then put your own anoint on it. This is what I would shoot for. At the end of the day, planning around the Divines of Destiny is worth it because you got to get stats elsewhere. Now, the only time that Defiance of Destiny isn't worth planning for is if you plan on life stacking. Because if you plan on life stacking instead of Defiance of Destiny, you just grab the biggest HP you could possibly get. Like, you need like a 400 HP amulet. Right? So 500 divines. You see my point? Like, it's a night and day difference. Something like this is actually ridiculous. 415 max life with 76 damage over time multi. These amulets are insane. But 500 divines makes it kind of crazy. Anyway, so you get my point. Like, this is kind of like where we're at. Those are your options. So up until like, obviously you can start with the Defiance of Destiny. You can start saving up money if you wanted to make a swap to the life version after the fact. That's totally viable. But I would say Defiance of Destiny, save up a little bit more, get a Defiance of Destiny, plan around that, maybe pick up some stat nodes elsewhere, and try and fix your stats. Now, there is another way to fix your stats, Z, and it requires a Timeless Jewel. I personally like doing the Timeless Jewel swap because the Timeless Jewel, I'll show you my other character. Yo, what up, Townie? My damage is really bad, Townie, so take it with a grain of salt, but I will show you. I don't play a traditional RF. I play cast on stun RF, which is designed to AFK and Sims. But my gear, I haven't finished my gear, so I can't actually kill Croesus if I don't get a good pop or a lucky pop. I'm trying to help somebody with their build really quick. So Z, typically what I like to do, this is my character from last league. I tend to get the Elegant Hubris over here so I can get Supreme Ostinance to ignore attribute requirements. This way my gear and my gems and stuff, it doesn't matter what my stats are. And then with that, you can combo it with the Eternal Resilience, so you can get guaranteed endurance charges while you're running around the map and getting hit and stuff like that. So you have permanent endurance charges basically, and you don't have to worry about that. So you can tattoo everything. This is where the build gets stupid expensive, but kind of versatile. So you can pick up a bunch of, regen nodes. You can pick up a bunch of chance to ignite nodes. You can pick up movement speed nodes. You can pick up reduced crit or reduce effective curses. You can pick up a whole ton of tattoos because the stats don't matter going forward. It's time to POE. Let's go. But anyway, so that's kind of like what you would be shooting for, like late game. If you're trying to min max your stats, you take like the one cluster, the one jewel here to pick up this combo, and then after this combo, it's all about getting as many jewels as possible, switching into adorns, and taking out all of the stat nodes for more stats. So getting a lot more regen from this, getting like crit reductions and stuff like that. If you need to get crit reductions, it gets very complicated, very complicated. Edge, what do you need? Do you need me to just like blast some stuff for you? Because I was gonna play my Death's Oath, but I can play my RF and blast some stuff. Okay. And I'll show Townie. I'll show you the character a little bit. Do you need me to explain anything, Townie? Like, cause you said show me how RF works. Like, do you need me to explain like the basics of the character at all? Uh, I think so. I don't want you to die, so I'm just gonna end that. Yeah, I mean, I can rock it if you want, Edge. Purple, 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 purple. There's some yellow. But yeah, Townie, if you want me to explain the skill, like how it works and how it scales and what exactly it does, I don't mind doing it. So, like I said, I play a cast on stun variant, so my damage is designed around standing inside of like a Cineraclum, just getting punched in the face over and over and over again. I don't have an active skill. But it's all about survivability. It's all about getting pops and explosions. And it doesn't help when I have otters pulling aggro everywhere, preventing me from being able to hit anything. It's not otters. Edge, if you want to stay a little bit away from the ritual, I'll kill the rituals. I don't know if you get XP if you aren't in it, but we can test it. So go stand away. You don't get sucked in. Tell me if you get the XP. Oh, you're on Dark Marionettes? Okay. Did you get XP for that? Okay. Yeah, I was just curious because you're not in there. I wasn't sure if it would give you the XP. So yeah, Townie. So when it comes to this build, if you build it traditionally, you have a lot more RF damage, right? So you put more emphasis into the RF, and you actually stack more damage than survivability. But like I said, since mine is designed around AFKing and just taking a beating from bosses, mine is more around sustaining damage taken and kind of just applying a bunch of pops and explosions to clear the map. So it's not a mapper, it's a bosser. Where is the mob at? Missing a mob somewhere. Oh, it was a random totem. Let me go kill the bosses really quick. But the reason I like playing it is because I like to play very tanky. I like to play very unkillable kind of play styles. Brawly, more or less. And that's exactly what this build is. It stands there, it gets punched in the face repeatedly, and it's very rarely does it die. The only time I ever die in this character is if I'm standing in degen for too long. It's just it's single targeted, it leaves something to be desired, obviously. So this build isn't for everybody. Really? What? Okay, Edge. You asked for it, bro. It's always funny trying to power level you because you know you're squishier than a motherfucker. You know you can't take a hit, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna stay back," and then you run right face first into the freaking to the thick of things. I really could care less about the rest of the stuff, honestly. The essences are worth something, but wait, what'd you say? Oh look, a wall. All right. Yeah, Tony, if you have any questions, just ask, my friend. Just ask. Why are you talking about me like that? I'm not seeing any explosions from. Wait, what's this big circle around your? Oh, so confused. So confused. I don't understand. It's too much reading. Why not? Interesting. Faster. Huh. You can like on demand murder them. Hmm. He's stuck. Yeah. Oh, phasing glass. Huh. Interesting. No, I'm out of points. I put a fire thing right in front of him. Let's see if we can bring some mobs over to it. Or you can just right into your own thing. I'm gonna pull some mobs over like up explosion. Yeah, they didn't take any damage. Alright, well that's scuffed. That's scuffed. Grab the stack tactics. Alright, close enough. That's annoying. I might as well just play my death so this character's worthless. Well, this character's worthless if I can't get hit. Everything's running around chasing your minions. I mean, I do way more damage on this character though, because my Death Oath just does like a third of the damage. Yeah, Tiny, that's what I'm saying. My favorite build of all time is RF. I love RF. You're literally just like a walking wall, and I just love it, right? Super fun, super enjoyable. There's like I was explaining to Z earlier, helping her with her build, is there's so many variants to the build. Like there's old style variants that still are viable. They're not the meta versions that people are running now, but they're still really strong. Ideally, you pretty much want to play it as a chieftain because of this node right here, the Hinekora. The Hinekora is the most overpowered freaking passive in the entire game, pretty much. Absolutely busted. But you can still play it as a Templar if you really want. You could go as far as to play it as a witch if you really wanted to go that route. Even Scion is viable in most situations, but nothing beats the Hinekora's explosion. If you have Hinekoras with 100% chance to ignite, and you put ignite spread on your gloves, it's like the most overpowered thing in the world. My DPS is bad. Like I said, my build isn't built like a traditional RF. I already killed the last boss. Here, I'll run it again. So the entire build revolves around RNG. My single target on this build is RNG. If I get an explosion, I one-shot anything. Art of Super Boss? No, you don't want to watch me boss. It's not meant to boss. Literally not a bosser. If you want to watch, I can go and fight the bridge boss if you want, and you'll see it's not a bosser. It is not. It's not a high DPS bosser. It's not. It's literally an AFK simmer. You go into simulacrums, whatever the hell that thing is called, sims, and you just stand there and everything explodes around you. Or you can go into ultimatums and you just stand there, right? Because it's all based on the explosions. Like there's that boss, like it's all about getting a pop on a mob and it kill everything around you. Literally the entire build. Now on a regular RF, you scale more into your damage, and your RF gets up to, you know, a couple million. all the way up reaching to like 20 million if you like have super ridiculous gear. But that requires a ridiculous investment. Like an amulet costing over 500 divines, a ring probably close to the same. Then you need the Wrathpith Foulborn Shield, which is probably 1 to 200 divines on top of that. Mage Blood is ideal at that point because you're already into that super high currency situation, and it kind of just helps keep your flasks permanently active. And extra stats and stuff that you're going to be missing from your gear, you can get on your flasks, to, you know, resistance wise and stuff like that. But like I said, it's if you want to play RF, you're not looking to boss. RF is not designed to uber boss. It can live through the uber boss fights, like unless it's Cortex. Cortex can fucking suck it, because Cortex has a lot of degen bubbles and stuff like that, and degen is the bane of the existence of RF. Because most of the survivability from RF comes from either blocking an attack. It's raw regen, which if you add degen to that doesn't help, or like Defiance of Destiny and stuff like that. Yeah, I thought you were gonna join. That's why I just launched into them. But it's already almost done. Yeah, I'm just gonna go into the breach fight after the after a 6-socket your thing. Just to show them single target potential badness. But yeah, Donnie, like, if you like RF, you like RF. If you want RF to boss, probably want to look elsewhere. Now, there is potential this league with the change to Scorching Ray of Immolation, right? With the addition / change to that, because from my understanding, the way it works is each totem you place stacks its own separate entity of burn. So the faster you spawn totems that are at least attacking for less than a second, they just have to attack long enough to apply at one stage of the debuff. The faster you can get those to spawn and like cast them down, and the more ignite duration you can apply to the build, the higher your single target can go. So in theory, if you're really juiced into it hard, you can get some pretty high tier single target DPS with totem placements. But that's at like the super highest end of tryharding. Right. Where's the like one random mob outside the wall. Alright. Here. Do anything. Holy. It's like 700. That's a lot of counting. I think I have way more than 700. I want a 6-socket, right? It's 350. I don't know. Oh, we can just smack it with a bunch of fusings if you want. You don't want to do another 3,000 fusings? So when you right click it Z, sorry, it took me a minute. It will automatically snap your camera angle to where it's at, right? So the Polaris one is right here. So you're going to see it's going to snap to the area, and if it doesn't automatically place it in, then you haven't done the map prerequisite. Does that make sense? So you got to do this map over in Volcano to get it, and then the seething one is in the bottom down here. All right. Do you want to see me do a hive really quick, Townie? And you'll see what I mean. Like the damage is just not there. Single target damage is just non-existent. Like I said, there is potential with totem placements and stuff like that. My build isn't set up for that. My build is more or less, I spawn a phantasm, and I have to get lucky enough that the phantasm is close enough to the boss that when he dies, he actually pops. 10% chance for him to pop for his HP, and then if he pops, I get good damage. Not like insta give damage, but it's good damage. But like at the end of the day, like I was saying, it's like if you're going into it with the intention of, oh, I'm gonna play Righteous Fire, and I'm gonna be a tank, and I'm gonna do Giga Chad damage, and everything's gonna instant die, and I'm gonna Uber boss farm, and they're gonna die in 1.5 seconds, you're kind of delusional. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Not saying that you can't do good damage on RF. But like even at like a couple mirrors worth of gear, your damage is just, it's not meant to single target. It's meant to map blast. It's meant to trash mob farm. It's meant to get explosions, to ignite spread, and to basically kill things with a Hina Core procs, which is 10% chance. So 1 out of every 10 mobs, ideally you get a pop, and with that pop, you get some pretty solid like single target damage. Like I said, like you can see, sometimes I'll get an ignite and you'll see it start ticking like it is right now. But overall, like, yeah, see there's the pop. Now it's really ticking. I get an ignite chance. I proc the pop. And then, okay, now it's off. Oop, I got another one. Now it's procking again. See what I mean? It's like, it's not about killing them fast. It's about not dying. Now, I can still technically die in this fight if I don't pay too much attention, because this guy here, he does this like little slam thing, and I don't know what exactly the slam does, but it hits so hard it can one-shot me. But technically I only have like 2700 HP, so it's not hard to one-shot me. But like I said, the build is more or less walk away kind of build. So this is the mechanic I can't stand in. That explosion, I can't stand in it, so I basically just walk away from it, and then I just stand here. So as long as I pay attention to that one mechanic, I shouldn't die. But yeah, like I said, that's basically the build in a nutshell. It's about not dying. It's about standing here and nickel and diming them down. Like you can see his HP is like it's moving, but it's not uber boss capable. And Maven, don't do Maven. This is not a Mavener in any way, shape, or form. Maven will absolutely destroy you. Unless you're like really good at the Maven fight, it's not worth your time. Because Maven just, with all the degen beams and her teleporting around and the fact that you have to be hit in order to proc things, it's just not worth your time. It'll be either the longest fight of your life or you'll just 6 portal it. It's really just not worth your time. But like I said, the reason I like this is I'm a very lazy person. I like to just, oh, I need a drink, get up and walk away. Right? I'll just go and grab a drink and I'll just hang out. I don't have to worry about survivability. I don't have to worry about what I'm standing in. I can just literally stand here and just eat 99. Now, like I said, I do die every once in a while. Like, you know, I said, I do get one tapped here and there, but my gear is still relatively bad, and I don't plan on really upgrading this character much more this league. Kind of more putting my investment towards my Death's Oath, just having some fun. because this league's very expensive. Normally at this point I already had a mage blood, and I would have probably gotten a wrath pit and started making my my life conversion, so switching over from cast on stun to full life stacking RF, so I can prep for a second pivot from full life stack RF to life stack RF retaliation. It's a completely different pivot from the regular life stacking RF that most people do. Kind of a hybrid build that I've been tinkering with, but I've never farmed enough money to actually complete it, so we're kind of there.
Essence unbound. All converge in collapse.
Eviscerate? No, I don't use Eviscerate, but Crushing Fist is what I probably would do here. But yeah, so it's kind of like a hybrid system from Mirage League, where people were doing Crushing Fist, big dick, like billions of damage builds. So instead of rocking the Comb's Heart, so with the life stacking RF, you rock the Comb's Heart with 2 high, like a really big, like 200 HP ring and like a 400 HP Ami, and you just life stack really high. That's the idea behind the life stacking RF. Now, the life stacking retaliation is very similar, but instead they rock the apostate, and they stack ES with life stats on their helmet, boots, and gloves, right? So instead of rocking armor-based gear, you rock ES-based gear with the same, same rolls on the gear, but you rock it with ES instead of armor. The reason for this is if you get like 300 ES on each piece, that HP, or that ES turns into HP, right? So it just kind of scales your HP significantly higher, or relatively the same, maybe a little bit more than what Comb's Heart can do. Because I feel like if you add it up, Comb's Heart is probably the same amount of HP that the apostate would give you with basically this helmet, boots, and gloves. But you end up with the same ring, the same amulet. You change out your weapon from a nebulous, so you lose damage, like burn damage and ignite damage, and RF damage, but you gain retaliation damage. So now you have an on-demand, when you block, you retaliate, which guarantee ignites, which guarantee hits hard, instead of this stand here kind of spamming totems, or stand here and getting attacked thousands of times per second, and casting all these explosions all over the street. Like, instead of all of that, you just stand there, you take a block, you hit them, and big dick ignite, right? That's literally the idea behind the build, and I've been tinkering it with for a while. I just never, like I said, I've never fully finished it. So
Another failure.
Another iteration.
yeah, they're not worth it. Yeah, not worth anything. I hate this alleyway because there's 2 sides to it. Technically, the right side hardly ever has any chests on it, but it does sometimes. Other than what? Yeah, I can. That's it. I don't think this is worth it. So, if you have questions, Downey, you need me to explain anything, you want me to help you out in any way, shape, or form, let me know. Like I said, I'm gonna play my Death Zone for a little while, just because it's a little more simple. A lot squishier though. The damage isn't nearly as good. My blights are full. But I keep getting them and I just haven't been running them. So I have every. Hmm. Character's so much quicker. Yeah, they're the worst. I don't know what's on this fucking map because I didn't look, but they're just not done. Oh, players have reduced non-curse auras. So I'm doing basically no damage. Well, this is not worth. That's my fault. I'm not coming back into this map. I don't do any damage. Like I said, this character's damage is probably a tenth of what my art. And then you add in that negative reduction, like awful. That's fine as long as we can do. It is. I wish. Bro, I was so pissed at Eve the other day. I was working and I was like, oh, I'll play Eve. I'm bored. And the launcher was like, error occurred while updated. Error occurred while updated. Error occurred. Like, is this a sign? Is this a sign? It took me an hour to fix it. Like, I was literally, I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. I uninstalled it, deleted the folder, moved it to a different drive, deleted the local app data folder in my profile or whatever, and everything. And the only thing that fixed it was there was two folders in my app data because there was one in my local and then there was one in my roaming. Once I deleted both of those, it finally full installed and it fixed the problem. But it took me an hour to figure it out. Between reboots and freaking deleting and reinstalling and stuff, it was so... Then I played it for an hour. Yeah, I don't like these because like it means I have to read. I just like see what the downsides are because I can work them out real quick. Oh, good luck. Yeah, I think I answered that question, Pip. I appreciate you chiming in, helping out. Okay, I guess I was off my screen. What the hell is this thing doing? What those chaos? Ouch. Well, I'm trying to kill this mob you pulled. You pulled that whole pack of blues on the right side. Well, I'm not going back. I never died twice.
Greetings. Go with courage.
Yeah, I popped the pump and I'm standing there and then I see you fighting. I'm like, oh, go fight those mobs. And then I died like twice. Because they were dropping this fucking fire degen. Like a World 6. You know that World 6 like first zone? You had to fight that like black dude. Oh, there's like the 6 black guys and like the red guy that like throw the fire on the ground. It does sound racist. That's why we had a 3-hour rant about racism on my stream the other day. Damages. Fucking wild how much you killed them. But yeah, oh, I'm dead. Dude, I don't have movement speed. So bad. I don't have like an on-demand movement skill. So frustrating. I'm like, I start running and then I get hit and slowed and then I just die. Because I'm like standing in something I should. Oh, I want this character to get tanky. Like that's why I want to tanker with it so much. Is I can't figure out his starter build. Just dies so easily. Oh, that's fun. I ended up pulling the boss while I was stabilizing this breach, so. I'm definitely. Those mobs, bro. Fucking hate them. I hate fighting bosses. It's so squishy. Yeah, I'm dead. Lightning Spire. Whatever. You have fun. I hate this build. I like this build, but I fucking hate it. I can't stay alive. Oh no. Like Svalens? It's all that's gonna fix my problems. I'm at 7840 block right now. Without like double block cap. The problem is I block, but I get smacked. And when I get smacked, I have no regen. Like my regen is really low. I have 250 of regen. It's not enough. By the time I regen 1000 HP, like I've already gotten hit 7 other times. So I have no way to regen HP. Now the only thing I could change is I can get a cluster that gives me, I don't know what that is. I can get a cluster that gives me life on kill, but that requires me to get a kill to heal. I have no reliable way to regen HP on this build. Are we trying to go to kill that thing? Yeah, it's the only reason why I've never really had great enjoyment on the Death Oath. Like it's great for map blasting, but trying to kill any like substantial HP mob is so annoying. Can't take a fucking hit. Now the only way I can see this character being tanky is getting a bunch of life regen and getting the Svalens set up. If I can get to 90 block with like 40 div right now. Pretty easy if we just do charts. I haven't done charts on this guy yet. Honestly, I have no idea. Like, you're just search. Press the little backslash button, pull up your thing, and search for it. I have no idea what it is.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
I just have no idea what it is. Like the name, so I can search it. I just don't know what it is. Oh, thanks for hydrating, mate. Was it just me, guys, or did the alert seem like it like double echoed kind of thing? I always like to check the thing to see which direction I'm gonna go. Didn't echo for you? Okay. Yeah, it just sounded like echoey on my headset, so I was worried about it. About to make bank. Why are they like looking over my head? Oh. I don't have a movement skill, so I can't change that. Oh. I waited. Yeah, well, I usually do a circle first to see what I see. Yeah, that's what. Huh? None of that was English. What? A thingy and a thingy for the thingy of the tanky thingy? What? Okay. 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 Do I think I can kill him? Oh, interesting. Okay. Do you want that guy or something? Are they stronger if they're in here or something? Alright, I got 2 chests of it. Shit. I glow. There's patch notes? Oh, definitely not. I mean, they've changed the bits like 3 times, I think. How do you like that skill? It looks like the one I was talking about. Maybe I misspoke, but that's what it looks like. Falling down the lightning and it's just striking the mobs over. Huh?
This'll be one for the songs.
Yeah, that's definitely not. It was what you were using. Okay. That's my favorite part about running this is all this. And it drops a bunch of Allflame. There's a point. There was a chest above us. No. Could have been operator. Who needs the essence of green stuff? blood all this freaking out.
Today's a good day.
Trying to get rid of all my non. Right here. Wait, did I just get a big dick out of him? Oh no, that's what it was. I was looking at something. I thought it was something else. What? Hang on. I have no idea. Spirit of what? What are you talking about? Okay. You need to use English with me because I'm lost. Oh, the people we hated? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, you should say, hey, there's a dude here that's so-and-so. Yeah. I just heard, hey, you got a totem. Like, what? That's all I heard was, there's a totem. Like I didn't know there was totems in here. It's like, what? How am I supposed to know that? How am I supposed to know that? That means I have to read. You make it sound like I've actually read a single one of these charts since I played this game. What does that mean?
Swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Oh yeah, I know that there's things with it, but who the fuck reads all that shit and tries to plan that shit out? That's way too much effort. That's way too much. I'm going into each zone anyway. What's it really matter if I read it beforehand or not? That's too much. Yeah, that's weird. I turned on strict yesterday. Instead of semi-strict, helped a lot. Why'd you click it? Well, it went from 1 second to 2 seconds. Why'd it go up? I don't know. It looked like you clicked it because you walked right up to it and then it went off. Like you reset the timer for something. Yeah, it could just wonky. Haven't gotten any of the unique guys for was dropping me shit the other. Yeah, I don't see it. Put a penis in a bottle, baby. Coming out. Really need a quality image. This. 100 something. Oh, worry. I will say, at first I didn't know that they were worth any money, and I opened it. And my second one, I got to do. You can, but like, did you? It's funny. Yeah, I think that's funny though. You actually got defined from it. Right after I made a comment about it. That's probably why people just keep buying them though, because like, even if you get a divine like every 3, you're breaking even. And then if you get a, well, that's the thing, and but that's just like breaking even by getting a divine every 3, right? Like, let alone the other items you get. It is not any good. That is a negatory. Oh, what'd you say? Oh, okay. It's not terrible for the fact that like, you know, you're leeching from somebody else. So like I could see people multi-boxing them. Just having people sit here at the beginning. I don't know. Have a bunch of accounts just sitting there in the you know, right at the beginning. This one's really cool. I don't really know what to do with those things. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tempted to try and farm us Valens. Wouldn't be hard. But what? What are you why? I was just saying, like, why don't you just use the scarab that forces more ore spawns, and then you just fill it up with those. You 10 freaking ores that spawn, 10 chances. That's what I did last leg when I was trying to farm one. Just put a bunch of those in, and I was getting a couple craters every couple, every like 10 minutes. So. Oh, I'm done. I have a movement skill set. Literally wasn't paying.
Deep breaths.
Yeah, not every move is good. Especially when it's like delve situation where if you're in like the watery area, you can't do any damage. So you're just walking in circles, like getting body block constant. Ugh. I don't like the zigzaggy kind of just patterns of it. Really frustrating.
Swimming in sulfur soon enough.
What I don't understand is why can't I see my chart storage while I'm in the starting? That'd be kind of nice. Like having to go and grab them out of the chart thing, and I mean, granted that's the same theme with like everything though. Everything has like kind of the same idea. No, because I don't want to get spammed with gamba, 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 gamba. I feel like I'm watching freaking One Piece. Dad, don't you get gamba? Gamba is nuts. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. I'm dead. That was such a stupid. This is what I don't like about it. Is like they all close. Why is it all closing if I haven't been in there yet? Like, because like the way I put my first one down was in such a weird spot that it made it to where I couldn't actually get back to my thing. I put it in an obscure spot. Yeah, as I said, I put it in a kind of an obscure spot. I feel like you need phasing and a movement ability to make these things tolerable. I'm never gonna love
You don't have long.
it. Yeah, wouldn't even. Give XP. What a nothing, bro. 400? Like, come on. Where are all the damn mobs at? What I don't understand is where does the dead stuff come from? Oh, I have one more. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, stop body blocking me. First. That's what I was saying. I was like, how am I supposed to know where these things are? Like, yeah, but it's like so obscure and it's so like you can't see much through it, very far. Sometimes you open and you get a whole bunch. Sometimes you open and you get literally nothing. Wish it was like some indicator of like, oh, go this way if you want a bunch. You know what I mean? Like, how do you know? Okay. Hey, how do you know there's not much? Like, what's the indicator? Huh? Yeah, but after I put the first one down, you're like, oh yeah, there's not much more left in this zone. I'm like, how do you know there's not much left in this zone? But I had like 7 more lanterns to put down. Oh, I was like, but I had 7 more lanterns. How do you know this whole map doesn't have any more stuff? Like, so confused. Where's the indicator? That's what I was assuming, but when you made the comment, it's like, oh, there's like not much left in this one. Oh, okay. How do you know? I just wish there was some sort of indicator or something that I can like reliably understand like which direction we had to go to like find the dead stuff. 'Cause that's all I care about. I just want the dead people. Yeah, I know it's just random in the area, but I was just like I was wish there was a way to like I didn't get any. What, like 1? It barely moved. That's, you get like you get barely any. I just wish there was a way to like to know. I can just speed farm for that because I don't really care about the items. Messaging bot is cool and all, and like the chests are cool and all, but I really just want the green shit so I can just sell it for guaranteed money. Sinus headache? Oh, get a shower fast. All right, sounds good. Oh, you took a shower and it didn't help? Ugh, that's awful. I'm gonna go pee, everybody. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna pee. Oh, all right, we're back. Yeah, it sucks. It's over. I mean, yeah, when you have a sinus, it's terrible, kind of, because like not much fixing you can really do. All right, this is the last of my non-83s.
Hope you're ready for this.
Give him cards. I see how it is. Thief. Thief. I don't even know what it was. It was on the left of my pile for some reason. I mean, you can pick it up if you want to run it. Okay, the only thing I haven't done is my 5 nightmares, which I'm down to do, and my Maven invitation. No!
Find more drops like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough. Load 'em up. Can't wait to see what it's like.
Love being body blocked to trying to fucking walk into the water. It's like plays my thing, and I can't even walk past the mobs that are trying to get out. Like we were just doing like a little jig dance.
Oh,
Shit! Oh, right. What's up here? Got some aspirin? Yeah.
Like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Honestly, I would just take some like cold and flu, like some decongestion kind of nasal stuff over, and just go to bed early. Like that's the thing with like sinus headaches. You gotta get rid of the pressure in the nose, like in that area. You can't. Like there's nothing like if a shower doesn't help and like medicine doesn't help, like you're better off just going to sleep, honestly. No point in just fucking fighting it. Like having like a light sensitivity headache, right? Like not much you're gonna be able to do about it. This is my Dead South character, yeah. We leveled this guy the other day off stream. And I've been tinkering with him a bit. Basically RF, but chaos version. He's not nearly as strong as my RF. Like he's squishier. He doesn't do quite as much damage. But I'm hoping with a little bit of tinkering will make him stronger.
Swimming in sulfur soon enough.
And it's only 50% of my HP, Topher. Only 50. Just I thought about chancing it. Thought about chancing it without a movement skill. I was gonna do it, and I was like, I don't have a movement skill to do. If I had Frost Blink, I could make it work. Or like Flame Dash or something.
Sulfur soon enough.
Go and grab that. Gold pie. Yeah, I know. Can you get it? Why don't I ever see them? Oh! I think he found me. I got one shot. That was crazy. Something just came jetting in off the side of the screen and just went, BLOW! It's like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, my character went sliding and then I just died. Oh yeah. I fixed it. I just said skirt, I'm gonna do a loop.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Hey, you almost got a divine, I think. I seriously don't understand why people spend so much money. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. I don't know. They were like 4-1. Or like 2.5 or something like that. Tired of picking up. I just want the big currencies, honestly. Yeah. And one of these? That's actually not one whole divine. What up, Tony? Oh, you're in another ad, probably.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
We can make some big stuff if we go and do the.
Let's do this!
And the only currencies I'm really picking up are scarabs, div cards, and. Careful.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Jewels? I mean, lots of ways to look up jewels, but in my personal opinion, just grab this 30 node. Just grab expertise or grab agility. They're both 30 dex nodes.
Let's do this! Hurry back!
You shouldn't.
We'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
I'm pretty sure you just gotta stay alive until it pulls us up. Did that help any Z, or do I have to actually sit there and show you how to look for a jewel? Because fixing stats via jewels is not a good way to go about using your jewel sockets.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Yeah. As I said, it's better than nothing. It's just not really good value for the spot, you know?
Can't wait to see what
Wait, I feel like hitting 6 corruptions on my jewels. Right, remember, because I'm buying like the non-corrupted ones and I'm corrupting them myself. I hit 6 out of 9. I feel like that's pretty solid. That's one left. I feel like that's like the normal odds, honestly. Which is why it's like kind of shocking that people don't just up them themselves if they're already making them. I'm gonna do it. I wouldn't doubt it. Sounds like something new.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
I feel like divs are pretty rare in the small charts. I think that's the second one I've seen. Coming back. I don't know why I never see them. Kind of annoying. Like I'm all the way in like 2 zones over. Yeah, I try to do my best, depending on how it branches, to do a full circle. So you can just literally end right at the beginning kind of thing. We don't have to run all the way back through. Just keep going. Never answered. Oh, my day? It's pretty good. I got about 6 or 7 hours of sleep, so I'm feeling okay on that front. I had mac and cheese for dinner. That's the first time I've had that in a while. That was pretty yummy. Why can't I pick this fucking thing up? You know, didn't go to bed till like 3 though, because you know I did didn't want to put it there, but body blocking really is awesome. Yeah, I did some yard work stuff today. Nothing crazy. So I think I told you guys before, Verizon decided to get into the internet game in our neighborhood. So they put boxes and stuff in our yards. I had to deal with all of that. So the other day we dug it all up and I put my own like dirt down, and we bought sod just recently, so we had to put the sod in as well. But we had extra sod, so we wanted to I wanted to use some of the sod to plug some of the kind of struggling spots in my yard, to say the least. So the yard is mostly clay. Some spots don't have enough dirt to provide nutrients to the grass, so it struggle buses. So what I did is I dug some of, because there's small little circle patches, right, that are struggle busing. So I dug them up a little bit, put some dirt down on them, and then put the grass on top. All right, this is gonna suck because I wanna get this diviners, but we gotta get out too. Oh, I died of lightning fire because there's a fucking mob there. Have fun. So yeah, like I said, we dug out the small little like 4 or 5 of the little spots. There's like 100 of them. But we dug out a few of them. They're like little like 6-inch round spots, sometimes 3-inch, or like 8-inch long by like 2-inch wide. They're like little strips of just like very light grass. Like grass grows on the sides and like overlaps it, but it's like dead in the middle. It's like just doesn't have any type of like nutrients or anything, so it just can't grow. So I dug those out, put like a layer, like a 2 or 3-inch layer of dirt underneath it, and put the sod on top of that, and just plug some holes that way. So we did that this morning as well. Watered all that in, dealt with all that stuff. I don't know. It was just pointing me. It was pointing me to a gold thing up north. Now it's pointing. What down here? I know. Oh, golden thing. Right. I get random death. Why did you run all the way around? You literally ran right past the. You literally ran right past me. Try too hard, bro. You try way too hard. Way too serial. Fuck him. Go to Vegas for. Oh my god, get out of my way, mob. Jesus Christ. So fucking annoying, bro. Yeah, it's like standard simple days, you know. Nothing crazy, man. Slightly smaller nuggy. Hey, man, increase is an increase, you know. Go for that guy, but. I should go. A lot of nothing. Ugh. Blocked. Can't move. And mobs. Roll up to 20. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like the range is so huge. Like, oh, you could roll all the way up to like 700 billion, but you just keep hitting 1 billion over and over again. Like, you never hit something bigger. You really run some bigger voyage. That shit's almost full. I think I could finish the 83s I have here, and then we can run a couple big. I almost have a full chart. Just that's what she said. Stacked X. That's worth money, man. I'm surprised. I made a couple div off of it already this week. This one wants me to go down. Right? Bump both my bed. Oh, I don't like fighting mobs. Body block me, don't body block me. I mean, but that's the thing. It's like, yes, it makes no difference in your actual increase, right? But now that it increased, it doesn't hurt you that it increased. Only a positive. So, I mean, would you rather get 0 upgrades forever for like the next 6 years and then finally get a big hit? Or would you rather get like an upgrade every like 2 months, even if it's just like a small upgrade? Because a small upgrade just it doesn't really make much of a difference, but it's something rather than nothing. So I mean, in that mentality, it's like I would rather get nothing for the next 30 years and then finally hit big one time. It's like if you end up in the same place, would you rather hit big one time in 30 years, or would you like after 30 years, or would you rather just get small increasements for the next 30 years? Like, it just, that's the way I look at it. Right? I'd rather not sit there and fucking just never get an upgrade, because then it just ruins the game, right? It just makes me feel like, oh well, this isn't fucking worth it. I'm never getting an upgrade. Not here. About to die. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I look at it. I'd rather get a small upgrade every once in a while than to never get an upgrade and then finally hit big once. Yeah, exactly, here. It's like this, that's the mentality. I'd rather have that compounding interest, so even though it's only like a 1 bill upgrade or 0.1%, you know, 0.1 upgrade, that 0.1 carries day after day after day after day after day until you get another 0.1 upgrade.
You don't have long.
Alright, well, just grabbing at the gig at that point.
Find more sharks like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Oh, what is it? Am I getting any operative strong boxes? I don't know. Ow! Die, that was scary. What? Oh. Yeah, these are the ones I'm talking about. These things drop massive. I was running into so many of them, but it didn't drop me any. What? That should have dropped me like 2,000 to 3,000. What the hell? Well, maybe it doesn't in the small ones. I don't know. That's mostly where I was noticing it.
Swimming in sulfur soon enough.
Bro, we should be able to edit this area to like move the chests around and stuff. Or bring the fucking diver into like our own hideout or something. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's funny. I tend to tune into Math every once in a while because he's a very big like range of builds that he plays every league. Bro, he played your totem build for like 3 days and it was already like level 90 something, like super giga juicing, and then he switched over and then he was already giga juicing on another build like 2 days later. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, how? How do you have so much energy in the tank to level a character to 90 and giga chad juice it in like less than 2 days? Like, I just don't get it. Like, even if you have currency to giga juice it like easily, like, it's still the fact that he's leveling it to 90 and then giga juice, like, just I saw that one drop. I was like, oh, interesting. Oh, sweet.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough.
You need a big one right now. Yeah, it's the name of the game, man. It's the waiting game. All right, last small one. Got a bunch of big ones. Just one. We have enough for like 50. One more run. One. I see a message in the bottom of one. There's the boss again.
Find more shots like that one, and we'll be swimming in sulfur soon enough. Yeah?
Oh.
Where no pirate has gone before.
I don't care enough. But I mean, the boss is going to be there regardless. Why do I have to check to see if there's going to be a boss? If it's going to be there, it's going to be there. Like, nothing's going to change it. What does it matter? Well, I'm saying that's what I don't understand. Like, what does it matter? He's going to be there regardless if I, like, check it or not. Why wouldn't I get there? Oh, it'll be fine. Whoa! Someone's touched. Someone's touched. Someone's touched. They're touched. There's a lot of touched. I don't like it. Fine. We're running the same problem regardless. There's a chest here. I know. Are you full already? Alright, there's like 7 fucking touched in here. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm going this way. Hmm? I walked away. I don't know how you had an entire full inventory within 5 seconds of being in the zone. Ah! We kill it? Oh my god, scary. Oh, kill me. Why are there so many? I've got a few away. Got a few away. Where was that? Get off of the pain of your existence. Alright, we got, oh god, we got 2 more right here. These fucking starfish are the worst. They don't really move. So kiting them is really hard. I mean, you can if you want. It's just I wouldn't pick them up unless they're at least 20. I mean, that one was 20. I didn't see it. And then all they do is give you glass blowers. I feel like it's not really worth. Hey, hard 20. Interesting. Oh, that's a 4. I mean, we can always come back and grab them. It's not a big deal. It's just like, I want to get to the end and kill as much as we can, not stop every 5 seconds to drop stuff off. Try not to piss off the second one. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm so 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 dead. I somehow lived. That's probably what saved me. This is really scary. As this character. There's your message. Right there. Dava. Don't touch his booty. What killed me? Have fun. I'm really sad. I don't know what killed. I should not play this character. This character is just so fucking squish. I feel if I want to make money, just play on my fucking RF. Seven divines from a single message in the bottle? What? Okay, that's actually insane. No, I will not gamble. Do I look like a degenerate to you?
Come on then. Onwards.
It was a great question. You officially retired. No shot, bro. That's crazy. 7 divines from a message in the bottle. That's crazy. What are you gonna spend it on? Yeah, all in one place? One big ticket item? Here, I got something you can spend it on. You want to see what you... Here. How about... Bad ones. 70 divines. Where's the corrupted button? What? Interesting. They changed the search feature. There you go. 200 divines. Let's go. And then 220. Let's go. 220 divines. Good? You good? You're almost there. Oh, well, what about this one? What about this one? How about one of these? Perfect for life stacking righteous fire. Reasonably priced. Bro, like, this game could suck it, dude. This game can straight suck it. Reasonably. Let me get on my other character. Stop fucking dying.
Say it plain. Where no pirate has gone before. Patched it up. Think.
Couldn't tell you. Oh, really? Should be fun. Oh, it's not. I have 90/90. That's interesting. What's the big cage? Oh, cool. Not picking up anything, right? Unless it's like a really big tank. I'm just trying to clear them up. No idea. Message in the bottle, baby. Come, coming in. Message in a bottle, baby. I don't understand this cage stuff. Okay, so we get them. Do we get touched mobs? Then we do that. Then we're good, right? What the? That was a big tank. That's what I'm trying to. Can't see what the fuck's going on. Okay. That was a big explosion. Oh, that was you. I was like, that was a big explosion. Wonder how much stuff you would have ended up with at the end, the green cliff. Ah, yeah, I didn't even see an explosion. I just saw a body explode. Like loot from your body just go everywhere. Fucking God, dude, get out of the way! Jesus! I don't know, it's one of the RuneScape songs. Oh, Wyco. Could you guess? Wyco, Wyco, Wyco. How'd you get it? 21,000. Good money. Literally the only reason I run these. The dead shit, man. Like the rest of this nickel and dime, taking 10 minutes to loot a bunch of stupid chaos and fucking glass blowers and shit is just not worth my time. Not saying that that stuff doesn't add up, but it's not fucking worth it. The shield with 1C, and it made the biggest tink of tinks.
Yeah. Where no pirate has gone before.
Money, money, money. Make money. Let's make money. I wrote through. I was scared. That was a detonated. He hit smack by some. Oh, yes, King's Martha is definitely worth it. It kind of turns the game into a job, though. Can suck. Yeah, see, he's not dropping shit. What's that bullshit? They fix that? I was getting so much of that stuff. Hold on, man. I don't know. I wasn't trying for anything yesterday. Not really. Yeah, that's true. I'm pure luck. Especially since reading is fucking off. Fuck wants to get back there? A lot of Artisan boxes. Yeah, I'm too far away for it to point me in that direction. Go the wrong one? Yeah, I clicked it. Oh my god, fucking stuck. Two of those? Oh. Alright, what can we backtrack for? No. They make big boom sounds. I'm just looking for anything that I'm gonna miss while speed running through. Those are something. Okay. Pretty full. We have one down here. I was gonna try and get to that chest, but but yeah, if you want, I'll show you a little bit of King's March. Zoo, Z. It's pretty easy. It just requires you to funnel gold into it to keep it going. Basically, like a cities builder kind of thing. I'm gonna go. You're gonna pick up your dead man shit, or am I stealing it? I'm gonna steal it! Backpack taxes. Let's see how much. For 10 seed.
All in order. I'll let you know.
I have 90,000. Yeah. Is it worth more? 30,000 for a div? 200 each.
What have you got for me?
Yeah, it's better. Not by much, but it's better. Probably the same.
Well, make it happen.
Just easier to convert into divs, honestly. Made like 4 div. Alright, so here's how it works, dude. So basically you talk to this person and you can re-roll, right? You can do a simple re-roll, you can do a big re-roll. Big re-roll gives you quality guys, like big, like rank 3+ people, right? Each guy that you roll can have anywhere from 1 trait to like 5 traits. The more traits they have and the higher the rank the traits are, the more the wages are, right? So like these are all low tier ranks, but you see how he costs more than this one guy with a single trait, right? Same thing with these. Like if you get somebody that has a bunch of 4 traits, he's gonna cost a lot. So typically people want guys that are high traded and with only a single trait, so they don't cost a lot. So what you're shooting for is to fill out your worker empire for your different sections, right? So for miners, you don't need a lot of miners. Because the way the miners work is you assign one to anyone that you want. And if he has nothing to do, he will work on the other ores. So unless you're farming a ridiculous amount of ore, you only need one high tier miner and he will do all your mining for you. Same thing with your smither. He will smith all the bars until he has nothing to smith and then he'll switch over. And once again, unless you're farming a ridiculous amount of ore, like specifically ore farming with like an ore tree and you're speed running maps and you're getting hundreds of thousands of ore, you don't need more than one guy in each one. Your plants, I would recommend filling your plants out and getting a little bit of all of them or specializing. It doesn't really matter, personal preference. I Yeah, it is what it is. Do whatever you want to do here, but I would recommend these because these are fillers. For shipments, they just help boost your percentage, your number up a little bit. The disenchanter is only necessary if you're going to use him. So what he is used for is you put unique items in him, and he disenchants it for aromatic dust. The aromatic dust is used for recombinators for crafting and for increasing your shipment values a small amount. So useful, but not very useful. So if you want to use it, get a couple guys. It's not that big of a deal. You throw some items in there to disenchant, and it just takes a little bit of time, and then it turns it into dust. You're gonna burn through a ton of it if you use it a lot. So it's like you either put 6 guys in it and you're constantly putting in high tier items to make dust, or you just kind of say, fuck it. The main thing here is the mappers and the shippers, right? So here's the 2 aspects. Okay, the mappers are very simple, and I actually really like them. So all your excess low tier maps that you don't need, or when you get to tier 16 maps and you have an abundance of tier 16 maps that you don't have anything to do with, you alch them and you toss them in here. Or any map that bricks that you can't run, you put them in your mappers. So you fill up, you want to get as many mappers as you can. And basically you fill it up like this, and then when they're finished, they just bring you back loot, and you get to select the loot. You're like, okay, what loot do I want? You could take all of it or none of it. All right, so I usually take the extra maps, and then any currency that I want, right? But I'll take these and call it that, and then discard the rest, right? And then you just go through your maps and grab what you want, right? It's literally that simple. So the mappers are, in my opinion, one of my favorite things because they can bring back divs, they can bring back all sorts of like other currencies, they can bring back league mechanic stuff that you typically don't do or you ignore because they run all the league mechanics, not just what league mechanics you have on your map, like on your atlas, right? So they can bring you back like catalysts and things like that. They can bring you back expedition materials that you typically wouldn't normally get or whatever, right? Pretty nice. So the mappers, in my opinion, are like one of the best things. Like I said, and all that requires is you just to spam maps and put your excess maps into the mappers. Literally all it is. It's the easiest one to actually maintain. And then every time one of your mappers dies, you just buy a new one. And it's just rinse and repeat the process. Mappers are the easiest. So when it comes to it, you're gonna need 18 mappers to keep them up and running. And these are really awesome. Now, the shipments are kind of in the same way. Now, you could technically do 3 boats of 6. I don't really recommend that because what you're shooting for with the boats and there's a spreadsheet for it and everything. But I want to say it's this guy. I want to say it's this place. It's typically what you shoot for, and whatever it's favored, right? So he's got petrified amber is favored, 72,000 of it. So basically, you want to get 72,000 amber, and you want to give it to him, and you want to send a boat, right? So what this will do, right? You select it, and then you add shipment, right? So you put your amber in, and then the ship value goes up. The higher the ship value, higher rewards you get. So people will stockpile millions of stuff, and they'll send out like 50 million values of ships, and they'll get mirrors back and shit like that. Right? So, and yeah, like Phip said, if it says petrified amber, the bars are more value than the ore, which is why you want to convert everything to bars. But there's a breakdown of it. And long story short, the ores slash bars produce currency. They give you what currency values in return, and then the crops give you like armors and things like that. Well, remember they switched it like a week ago or whatever. Well, because it was just let your guys farm, and then you didn't have to do anything but let them farm. Yeah. Now you have to actually ore farm. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Is you spam maps to get gold to fund their wages, and while you're doing your maps, you get ores to send shipments. Like obviously, like I said, you have to have the miner to mine the ores, and then you have to have the smelter to turn it into bars. And then once a day, maybe once a week or whatever, you send out a shipment that's worth a couple mil or whatever. And then in the meantime, while you're spamming maps, your excess map goes into your mappers, and that's literally it. If you get any excess uniques that you're gonna vendor, you can disenchant them instead for theoretic dust, and you can use the dust on your shipments. But I wouldn't recommend more than like 15,000 of it at a time or something, because the theoretic dust doesn't really change the value of your ship like any. It has like a diminishing return, and it's really bad. So I wouldn't really use that for that really, but it is what it is. Yeah, so under the waters, the SpongeBob SquarePants, that shit makes a lot of gold. But it's about the maps. Like you want a bunch of maps to put in your mappers, right? But like I said, you end up start costing you a lot of money. If you have like one good miner, one good smelter, and you have like 18 mappers, the mappers aren't, you're not paying the mappers wages when they're not running maps. So don't worry about that. They can cost you a lot, but they will eventually stop costing you money when they're not actively running maps. But the farmers, if you fill this up, they will cost you a decent amount of money per hour to run, because you have 18 of them, and if you have 18 and they cost like 500 each, like that adds up quite a bit, right? Mappers are expensive, but like I said, Fip, unless you're running them 24/7, they do pause, right? So if they're not running maps, if they're like, if they're captured, or if they die, or they run out of maps or whatever, the mappers aren't charging you when they're not actually actively playing. Boats and hoes, boats and hoes.
Oi.
I have colony. How could you?
Then no pirate has gone before.
I had that one chains with Death Oath on it too.
Vespa, load 'em up. Deep breaths.
Look, I'm getting dead man shit to drop again. This is bullshit. I don't know, maybe it doesn't drop when you're in a group. I don't know. I'm just killing guys and they're just dropping shit up. Another 300. Must be a mod. Operative strongboxes. Yes. I know, Pip, but that's too much reading. Like, I don't take this game serious enough to want to be like, all right, let's read every single little side piece of the fucking map. Let's then read every single little chart and let's come up with a theory craft of what's going to combo the best and what's going to mirror this and what's going to buff this and what's going to buff that. What's going to be min-max perfect here. I don't give a fuck. You know what I care about? Spamming running these things, picking up the fucking dead man shit and just getting the fuck out. Having fun. Having fun and not having to fucking read for 45 minutes every time I want to run one of these is a lot more interesting to me. Same thing I told Edge when he made the comment. He's like, "Oh, do you have a boss? Did you read this? Did you read that?" Fuck no, I didn't read that shit. Hell no. That's too much effort. Yeah, 2 messages in the bottle. Look, I just got fucking 5,000 fucking dead man shit from walking in here. What is this shit? Oh yeah, I need to do that eventually too. I just haven't done it yet. When you select that guy, do you have to put points into it to keep it? You're illiterate South American. What? I'm not South American. Imagine using an annulment orb. Imagine actually crafting in this game. Imagine taking this game seriously for more than 1.5 seconds. Sounds like he's talking in a, like a scuba suit. Ah, fool! I'm full. What you do to me? I want to go back to the beginning when I was juicy dead man stuff. Got almost 7,000 at the beginning just from drops. Those charts are insane. I wonder what mod that is. Hmm. Honestly, I feel like it's just this increased dead man's soul per founded area. I feel like it just guaranteed drops stuff. I know, but like it's the only one that has that mod as well. Oh, this one does too. Yeah, last two. Sure, Cozy. Now the question is it something that you actually need help with, or is it just bragging rights, kind of showing off some juiced ass fucking nonsensical bullshit? Unethicalness. I don't mind either way, I just kind of curious what I'm getting into. I have some people that come in like, hey, look at my build, man. Look at my build. Look how bad my build is. And I look at them like, you have like 17 mirrors worth of gear on, like, and shut the fuck up. For improvement. You playing RF? Okay. Are you playing like standard RF? Or are you playing like Life Stacker? Or are we playing over there? Like you doing cast on stun? Like what kind of variation are we rocking? Just so I have an idea. I mean, I can figure it out by looking at it, but kind of curious. So many variations of RF nowadays. Like you can play it so many different ways. I'll look at that when I get out of here. Get out of the darkness, please. Kill you. Yowdy. Some ritual. Yeah. Yeah, it fucking finishes the second I walk away. All right, let's take a look at your POB. Oh. Smoke cloud on kills, interesting. I don't. I'm torn on the destroyed part from cremation. Alright, I don't like this wheel. Personally. I have to look at a few more things, but not a huge fan of this wheel. Same thing with this one. Not a huge fan. This one I'm not a huge fan of. Looks like are you doing cast on stun? I have to look at it more, but it looks like it. Answer defend with 200% armor? Not worth it. Not unless you're gonna tattoo over that. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I normally opt out of this, but yeah, that's pretty sick. Addition. You know, I never thought about using that, but I can see that being kind of nice. Ah, sorry. I'm very curious on this build. I'm at a complete loss with this build right now. Not gonna lie. At a complete loss. This is cool. This is pretty cool. I like this. Yeah, so the regen reduction from Frostbomb is definitely worth it. I like the Call of the Week. I haven't looked into this exceptional gem since they made the swap, but this one's pretty cool. It's like an advanced calling strike. I kind of like that. I'm not a huge fan of the Stone Golem because they're gonna die relatively often, and the regen he gives you is kind of meh. The granted defense is kind of meh unless you have defense. But like, let me go over some of the points, and I have some questions first because I want to go over the configuration before we dive into it deeper. Like I said, your build is different than mine, but there are some glaring things that I'm kind of curious on. But first things first, you are stationary, right? You're always on low life because you're petrified blood, right? I was gonna get to that in a second. Like I said, like I saw the rise, I saw the nebulous, I saw the cloak, Defiance of Destiny. That helps with survivability. I haven't. Okay, you got your stun ring. What's this one? Cover enemies with Ash. Okay, yeah. You have Ash. Um, sure. You got a headhunter. Okay, interesting. Um, I'm assuming. Yeah, these are all on hits. So these would be active. So we'll just say these are active. But you got Sulfur for bleed immune. You got Void Shock, Poison, Evasion. I don't understand the evasion rating, but that's fine. Phasing I like. Damage taken from hit is leached as life. Interesting option here. I said I'm not feeling. You got an empty socket, FYI. I don't know. There's just a lot of glaring things that I'm kind of curious on here. You do got the Adorns. I like. I'm not liking your gym setups here. I'm assuming you're lacking money. Is that the problem here? You just bought what you could afford, maybe? Some of this just looks like you bought the cheaper versions of things because you couldn't afford them. If that's the case, that's the case. I'm just trying to gauge where we're at, right? So there's a lot. There's a lot of like tweaks that we've talked about. So okay. Here's the thing. You have 300 fire res. And as a chieftain, you don't need any other reses except for chaos, right? Because of this node here and this node here. Right. So you've done well with that, right? Like this has fire and chaos. You did good. You got dex on it. Great. I don't understand the evasion once again. It's got life roll, cool gloves. I mean you don't have movement speed, which most people would take here. Oh, you do have movement speed. I personally don't use movement speed on a cast and stun build because it's meant to stand there and take damage and just get stunned over and over again. But that's just me personally. You know, most people want movement speed. So the boots are fine. I have no problem here with the boots. The only thing I would change with these boots is better life roll. Right? The rest of this is really good. And evasion. I don't understand the evasion. Yeah, well that's what I'm saying. I don't understand any of the evasion because you're not trying to dodge. You're trying to get hit. You don't want evasion. But you also need armor. 9k armor is nothing. You need like over 20,000 armor. Right? And the 20,000 armor is specifically there to reduce low tier fizz hits. I don't know if you know how armor works. Yeah, I know the shit gets expensive. But the harder they hit you with fizz, the more armor you need to reduce it. So with 9k armor, a 1000 fizz hit isn't going to get reduced as much as if you had 19,000 armor, right? So okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like the armor's a bit low. The evasion is unnecessary. You have almost no net life recovery for a righteous fire build with no net life regen. Feels awful. Now you do have the Defiance of Destiny that makes up for that significantly. You do have some of the configurations that we wanted to go into. How are you maintaining your endurance charges? Because I see you have like endurance charge here, and endurance charge here. Where are you gaining your endurance charges from? Is it from this? Yeah. Okay. I couldn't remember. Okay, you got it. Yeah. Charge when you get hit. Okay, cool. So I was gonna checkbox this, gives you a little bit of regen. Flasks are active. Are you on conk effect? That's the real question because technically you have a conk flask, but if you're moving, you're not always standing on it. But we'll say you are just for, you know, happenstance. You've been stunned recently. That's about it. I would say for checkboxes, I think that's about all, right? Oh yeah, Flesh and Flame. I didn't see that. Wait, you don't have Flaming Flesh? What? Where's your Flaming Flesh? Yeah, I do have a Watcher's Eye. That's actually sick. Interesting. Oh, and you can't. Yeah. I personally don't like the Watcher's Eye. I personally, let me show you what I rocked last league. I like this method a little bit more than the Watcher's Eye. So I rocked the Timeless Hubris here to get Supreme Ostinance and Eternal Resonance or Resilience. So it gives me endurance charges, and I get to tattoo everything. I like this a lot better personally. And then I grabbed a bunch of the voices to get a bunch of jewel sockets here. To go with my adorns, right? So when it comes to the jewels, you're better off with something like this, right? And I'll explain why in a minute. But you want 8 fire damage multi with 7 max life. That is what you want. Now, if you're trying to drop more nodes and you're trying to still hit 90% max fire res, you can also, I wonder if I have one. I might not have one. This is the other one. 7 max life with max fire res. Why don't you need life? Life gives you damage. Like, unless you're comfortable with 200,000 righteous fire damage. Like, if you think 275,000 righteous fire damage is peak for your build, then perfect. Then you don't need any more life. I get that. But if you need more righteous fire damage, you need more HP. First off, it'll make you tankier. Secondly, it'll make you do more damage. This is why I wanted to ask. This is why I wanted to have the back and forth conversation. Because right now you have total of 2,600 HP with Petrified Blood. Petrified Blood comboed with Defiance of Destiny. Works out really great. Yeah. So the way Righteous Fire works, you can read it. It says you deal 90% of your max life per second as fire damage. Bam. That's it. That's all you need to know, right? So the more HP you have, the more damage it does. Right? Well, the top part, more or less. Deal 70% of your max life as base fire damage. So the more HP you have, the more base fire damage Righteous Fire does, which then gets scaled off of all of your damage scalars. So this is why you need life stacking. This is why when you go and look at POB, the top RF builds are life stackers.
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause
Oh,
look thirsty as
mate, thanks for the
fuck
hydrate.
now.
So there's 20 million RF damage people. They're life stacking. They have 22,000 HP. 22,000 HP. Now, not to say that there's more to it than that, because this does give them damage per life as well. So I mean, this is why they life stack. Normally you're shooting for like, I don't know, like you have 4,000, you shoot for like 6,000 with a non super life stacker going with Wrathpith. But anything more helps, right? Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So that's my first thing, right? So when it comes to your jewels, the fire multi, like the fire damage over time multi, is the king of all stats for your damage. First and foremost, for your ignites, for your actual RF damage, so on and so forth. Multi is your king. Whether it's damage over time multi or fire damage over time multi, both of those are king, followed by, you know, LE damage, burn damage, fire damage, you know, all the generic damage ones after that, right? So fire multi is your king, and this is why when I was looking at these, you have ailments deal damage faster with max fire res. Okay, you need the max fire res, I'm down for it, but it would be better if it was life percent with fire res in this situation. And then the other ones being like Devil Fire, where you have the fire multi and the fire damage. The fire damage is okay, but life is better. And the reason why is it might not be quite as much damage, but it's more net recovery and more max HP pull for survivability. Now, if you're not having a survivability issue, we can argue, is it really worth it? You can go for more damage or not more damage. It's personal preference. But for kind of the cookie cutter basis to go off of, like, just generically, life is just usually the best option. Right? Because then that scales off of the percentage total life from the tree, which doesn't seem like you have a whole lot, but you know, that can be made up for elsewhere. But like getting the fire multi with the fire damage, like I said, it might be the highest damage, but I think total life might beat it over time. Like if you get enough of it, you'd have to do the POB and kind of figure that part out. So that's one thing I have, right? Secondly, this node here being chance to defend for 200% armor, it's helpful, but 9k armor being doubled to 18,000 is okay, but it's only 20% chance. I wouldn't rely upon this personally. It just kind of feels meh, but it's something rather than nothing. Because like, what are your other options? I mean, you're not going to get crit. You could do the max res here if you actually have armor on everything, so you can drop like res from somewhere else. I mean, none of these, in my opinion, are very good, personally. I mean, you could rock this if you're standing still for the AFK portion, where you're standing there just face tanking and stuff. It can give you a whole ton of armor for just standing still. I don't know, like, none of these really sing to me. Next thing I have was your clusters, right? So this one is 15% LE damage, cool. But this fire skills apply exposure and so on and so forth. Yeah, I feel like this one is I didn't have enough money to buy the right one, so I just bought one. Because exposure means nothing. Unless you're walking, unless you're currently moving from place to place and not standing still, exposure literally does nothing. Because of your ascendancy. Since it sets the fire res to -20, it will not go lower. So exposure does nothing. Flammability does nothing. Right? Elemental weakness does nothing. Anything that Scorching Ray does nothing. Right? Well, the fire res reduction from Scorching Ray does nothing. Is because you can't lower it past what it's set to. So, with that in mind, the exposure from this does nothing. You're only left with 15% LE. You're better off with something with like a 25 or 30% damage increase, right? Which is why this one is, no, not this one. This one's your good one, right? Because you got the Burning Bright, but you got the widespread. But then the back part, it's fine. 35% fire damage is much better than the 15% LE that you have, right? Now, the creating the smoke, sure, it's additive. As in like an additive little like thing to help you survive, I guess. It's not good nor bad. I have no qualms with that. At least it's useful. One other thing I have is, since you do have kind of low net life recovery, I'm curious why you don't have another fire wheel mastery to give yourself more regen. From the 1% life per one capped on fire res. This would give you this would literally double your net life recovery. It would give you 468 more regen from your 495. So it puts you to almost 1,000. Right? That's huge. Now, like I said, this is pretty helpful. And then your conch effect is really helpful, and then you have the one flask for the 3%. Oh wait, you don't have the one for 3. Okay, so you're missing that flask. That's the thing, you probably don't need it. The Defiance of Destiny does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. I like to be very overly tanky. I just look at this and I'm kind of scared for 500 net life recovery when you're sitting there just taking hits to the face. There's just, like I said, there's a few glaring things that I think they're niche to the way, to what you're setting your character up for. And that's why I was curious, like what kind of content you're doing, what kind of things you're getting into, stuff like that, because every content requires a different level of threshold of defense and offense and stuff like that. Flats carry very hard. I'm kind of curious on why you don't have the 3% life regen during flask effect. Right? Because like I get the poison immune, I get the bleed immune, I get the shock avoidance. There's other ways to go about this, but this is a good one. This one's the one I don't get. Damage taken from hits is leached as life. Don't understand that one. Because don't you have leech elsewhere? You have it here. So you don't need more leech. And like that one being crafted, you could just change that craft to the 3% regen. You have a jewel leech as well? I thought you did. I wasn't sure. But I know that the gloves themselves, that 2%, that's all you need. And then, honestly, like you probably should just buy a new pair of gloves. They're going to be expensive. But at this point, you should probably buy a new pair of gloves because you want a good life roll on it with leeching. Damage while leeching. I don't know if I have a pair or not. Yeah, you want something like this. So obviously the plus armor is kind of like the dead stat for me, because I don't need the extra armor. But damage while leeching with the double res life, the dex roll if you need it. If you get the timeless jewel that I was showing you earlier, you can actually opt out of the dex roll. But you get my point, right? So the ignite spread, you only have a 1 meter. At 1.2 is minimum. I went a little over and beyond to get a 1.6 meter, but anyway, the gloves, like I said, the gloves are good. It's just the life roll could be better, and damage while leeching would be good, like really good for you, because it's a 40% increase, and you're always going to be leeching because you're always going to have fire. You know, you're always going to be, you have perma leech basically. Since you never hit full life, your leech never turns off. As long as you've been doing fire damage in some way, shape, or form. But like you said, you have leech elsewhere as well. Honestly, Ash is cool. I don't remember exactly the wording it uses for Ash. Let me pull it up really quick. It's like a debuff it gives. I know that. I'm just trying to remember what it is. So was it less movement speed and increased fire damage taken? So 20% increased damage. It's not bad. I don't hate it. What was I looking at that had that? I can't remember. Yeah, and then damage taken from crits as recouped his life is kind of interesting. I don't hate that either. There was something else I was gonna bring up. I looked that up specifically because I just saw it, and then I forgot where I saw it. Where did I just see this? Oh no, it's not that. Oh, whatever. Anyway, and is this Watcher Eye purely for the life recovery? The increased life recovery rate while affected by vitality? Because like the gain life per enemy hit, I'm assuming that's why you're rocking. This was one of my other questions. Why you were rocking Firestorm of Pelting, and I'm assuming it's because of your Watcher's Eye. Yeah, I was gonna say, the amethyst should be changed because the evasion's doing nothing for you. Okay, so yeah, I was curious about that because I saw Firestorm Pelting on some other builds. And I was like, why are they running Firestorm Peltings? Because we used to run it back in the day when we could have perma ignites with this, but they got rid of that, so it's not really worth it anymore. But yeah, if you're using it for the Watcher's Eye specifically for the life on hit, I feel like that's good and you hit often. But I don't know. Like the way I'm used to running my character, I look at this and it's so hard to wrap my head around a different way of doing it. Because it's not that your way is wrong or bad or better or worse. It's just different. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around it a little bit, right? Because like I said, like this is just this needs to be replaced in my opinion, because this is kind of like a dead spot. Just 15% damage increase. Like this is good. This is good. This, like I said, once again, I feel like that's just kind of a weird anomaly. All of this is fine. This one, I'm not. This was another question I had. That's what I'm saying. It's cheap because it's different. That's what I'm saying. Everybody looks for the meta, the consistency of what I've been playing, because it's what makes sense and it's what the meta kind of is for this type of build. Yours is like an off different variation that most people aren't jacking their prices up for, right? But this one right here, I'm kind of torn on because you're rocking Detonate Dead. Detonate Dead needs corpses. And if you're destroying them, they have no corpses. So it kind of is like a bad thing. That I feel like that's bad. I don't like that. Honestly, like if you had an extra point, I would just say grab this one and then the jewel and then just get rid of this one for now. Literally just move this point to here and just deal with it that way instead for now, because that's cucking you. You're reducing your damage by so much because you can't blow them up now. I don't like that. And then LE damage Lisa's life. I feel like personally you don't need this one either. The 25 LE damage is fine. So I mean, if this is the option you have, this is the option you have. It's not bad or good. It's just you don't need the leech from this, period, because you already have leech on your gloves. Yeah, I love AFKing in Sims. My only problem I have in Sims is my single target on Croesus. Sometimes I can't get my phantasms to pop on him. Like if I don't get a lucky explosion, it's just me and him with no ads. Sometimes it's hit or miss if I can kill him. That's the only problem I have with my Sims right now. And then like I said, this one is your weird smoking one. I'm okay with this one. The smoking kind of interesting. And then like this one having the exposure, I'm kind of meh about. The rest of this seems pretty good. Like I said, the whole Watcher Eye thing is just weird because normally you get a Watcher's Eye to get the Malevolence damage increase, but I don't even think you're rocking a Malevolence, which once again is just a weird anomaly, right? Because you're rocking the level 1 Vitality, so it goes with your what's that thing called? Your Watcher's Eye. But rocking Purity of Fire is an interesting one. Because typically, the shield? What shield? Because you're rocking the Rise. What shield are you trying to rock? I'm gonna have an ad here in like a minute, so. Yeah, what shield you trying to rock so we can I can understand. Oh, gotcha. I mean, so question, what does the mana reservation allow you to reserve? Like what skill would you be reserving? Like what would change if you got that shield? It's like that's guaranteed, that's guaranteed. One once again, the flammability, I would change flammability here. We can talk about that. The scorching ray we can talk about as well. And then I'm curious on what would change with your auras, but we have an ad. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go pee, and we'll talk more when I get back. Okay. Are you back from the ad? Okay. So you have a few options, Cozy. You might not like it because you're already like level 95. But you could, in theory, pick up this and get life preservation efficiency. It would cost you 4 points. So you'd have to drop 4 points from somewhere, which is not easy to do, especially when you're in a Doran setup. Or hear me out. This mastery point that I feel like is, I wouldn't say useless, but doesn't have like full value, I feel like. You could tattoo over that as a temporary stopgap. Or rune graph, sorry. And I don't remember which one it is. But it's reservation efficiency. It's a way that you can get to where you're trying to get to before you can afford the shield, right? This right here. 15% increased reservation efficiency of skills. Auras from your skills, which affect allies, affect enemies. Doesn't really matter, honestly. It's really not that big of a deal. Because the only aura is going to be malevolence. So you take more damage over time. But if you're already immune to bleed and poison and ignite, what other damage over time can you be affected by? Other than degen on the ground, maybe. Right, because the other aura is flesh and stone, which is damage. Corrupted, you're true. Corrupted blood, that is true. But do we have corrupted blood immunity? Oh, you didn't pick up corrupted blood immunity. Yeah, so you'd have to get corrupted blood immunity. But as I said, it's really not that big of a deal. But it's like a temporary stopgap. It gets you to the point where you can rock it before you get to that point, right? Because right now, like, feel like you're only reserving 64% of your life. And obviously you need reservation efficiency to be able to do flesh and stone, which is why you're not rocking it right now. Because if you put in flesh and stone, you would just like kind of cuck yourself, right? Yeah, you'd be 39%. It's like way too low, right? You don't have a root flask? I didn't notice that. Oh shit, yeah. The swap, I feel like you kind of want to keep the amethyst. I feel like the phasing is quality of life. Sulfur is really good for now because it's the damage, but it's the Kong effect while you're standing still. I feel like if it was me, I would probably drop either your granite or your basalt for now, because maybe your granite because it has the avoid shock instead of like immunities or anything. The reason I say that is because you need the chaos res, right? You don't want to drop your amethyst because you need the chaos res, but you also, like, unless you're okay with dropping the quality of life quartz flask, I feel like you already don't have a lot of armor as it is. But if you think you need to have 9k armor, then maybe drop your quartz flask or drop a little bit of damage in conquest. But I think that's necessary. I feel like the top 4 are kind of more necessary than the quartz flask. The quartz flask, in my opinion, is more of a quality of life phasing than it is anything else. So I would probably drop this for ruby flask temporarily. And then if you drop that, you can drop like you said, you could drop the purity, which would be pretty helpful. But even that, you can still drop 3 max fire res from somewhere. So with that in mind, you could probably drop that one, this one. You could drop this corrupted jewel as well. It puts you to 85. The ruby flask puts you to 50, or puts you back to 90. Progenesis flask, yeah, which is perfectly fine. Progenesis would take over for the chaos flask, right? So it's perfectly acceptable because this will replace this flask. So that I like. But what I'm saying is, like, yeah. So if you swapped to the ruby flask, you could drop this jewel and you can get a better, multi HP jewel, and you'd be pretty good. What's your adorns? Even 88? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you get you get 2 of them maybe. And then that would help you out there. And like I said, the ruby flask will put you back to 90, so you'd be good there. So it'd sort that, and then you'd be able to put in malevolence instead with your eternal blessing, right? And then one thing I personally like to do, obviously move your petrified blood. We'll move it in a second here, but arrogance or empower. So the reason you rock arrogance is because you're already reserving it like life. This obviously makes it reserve nothing because of the way it's a blessing. So there's no negative effect, but it gives your aura 24% increased effect. So your malevolence will be even stronger. There's no way to empower. I mean, it depends on what level of empower we're talking. So we're talking like a level 3 empower. I feel like it's tolerable. Oh, you're talking about level 5? Okay, that makes more sense. I mean, that's actually the price of a mage blood. Just throwing it out there. The Mage Blood is the same price. For a 4 flask Mage Blood, that's the same price. That's actually crazy. But anyway, so throwing in an Arrogance with this to give it more aura effect, very cheap alternative. Right? Because like look at this. Arrogance so Arrogance gives funny thing is it's not actually telling it's giving any more damage. But if you were to put in Empower, right? Level 5. I feel like there's no difference. I find it funny that the damage isn't changing. But either way, those are your two options. And like I said, Arrogance is cheap. 24% increase aura effectiveness versus a couple extra levels. Like the couple extra levels is like the expensive go-to. But I feel like Arrogance is where you want to be, temporarily speaking. But this is like kind of like the go-to setup, like I said, unless you just go with an Empower for the extra levels. Because if we look at Malevolence really quick, what are the levels going to give us, right? So if we go from a 20, so 2 levels gives us 1% damage over time. Even plus 5 only gets us 2%. 2% damage to get plus 5 levels. And even if we were to get a 21 gem, and then we put this is as far as we would make it, 22%. So 2% extra for that versus just getting 24% increased effectiveness. That's almost a quarter of its effectiveness. So 20%, right, from being a 20, 24% of that is almost 5%. That just sounds much stronger. Right? Personally, I think that sounds much, much stronger. So I would rather just put Arrogance on it, call it a day. My next thing is Flammability. Are you using Flammability for the chance to ignite? Because if not, you're better off running Punishment. I think my game died. Don't have tattoos? No, that's fine. I was just curious. Like if that was the reason you were running it, was for the ignite chance, right? Because if we look at explosions and we look at ignite, your chance to ignite is 69%, right? And that's just from these 2 nodes here and your nebulous, right? And then if we and 25% from your flammability. So that's like 30, what's that, like 55, 69, yeah, you're only at 69%. So this is a huge DPS loss for you. Huge DPS loss. So what I try to focus personally when I'm first getting my character up and running, before I start dumping money into other places, or like trying to set up for an Adorns and stuff, I try and get my ignite chance sorted. So one thing you can do as an easy stopgap for you is, once again, it's a flask thing, right? You're already going to change out one of your flasks. Getting ignite chance on your flask during flask effect, and keeping your flammability for now until you can swap flammability off for punishment. Punishment would be massive for you. Once you can get the tattoos to drop flammability and then swap that to punishment, that's cool. But as a temporary stopgap to get to 100% crit chances, which is what you want, I mean, ignite chances, which is what you need to really get like solid DPS damage, I would swap out one of your suffixes for ignite chance. I have it on my character, but my game just died, so. Your other alternative is to pick up this fire wheel. this 3-point fire wheel, pick up the mastery for the, if you want more life regen, pick up the life regen node. If not, don't worry about this part. But the bottom part is 20% ignite chance. That would put you from 69 to 89%, putting you 11% off from max. With that, you could probably drop flammability, and if you got the flask, right? You got the flask plus this, you can probably drop flammability. You wouldn't be quite at 100%, but you'd be really close. You'd be like 95%, somewhere around there. Pretty tolerable. I mean, that's an option as well. At least until you get some tattoos. But 69%, you're going to feel a huge difference in your DPS and your clear potential if you actually get to 100% ignite chance. It's a night and day difference. Absolute night and day difference. But yeah, you just have a lot of other ways of regenerating your life. What are you anointing? I didn't even look. Vampirism. See, I don't like vampirism. Personally, I don't like vampirism. Like, I like the 3% life on kill. It's cool. But if you're fighting like a hard to fight mob with no ads, you're getting no all you're getting is 12% damage recouped as life here. It just feels kind of meh. I personally like anointing Trial of Faith, because every time I take a stun, I regen for 5% of my life over 1 second. So that comboed with damage over time, right, from Petrified Blood, the damage spread out, plus, you know, my damage recouped, plus my damage recouped from this, plus your Defiance of Destiny, all those things layered in, plus this, you kind of become damn near unkillable. Like, I'm not saying you're not already unkillable, but this anoint over this anoint just feels much stronger. Because getting 3% of your life every time you kill something, when you shield charge in and you get stunned, you instantly heal for 5% of your life. And you're constantly getting stunned. Yes, it's over 1 second, but 1 second is very short. Like, I feel like this is just stronger. I like this node a lot. I use this node every single time I play. I just personally like that way more than the 12 damage recouped as life first and 3% life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One flask is 4%. And like I said, this together is 9%. That's just unreal. Like, you almost don't need any other sources of regen at that point, right? It's actually bonkers. But as I say, not saying you need it. I'm just saying, like, if I had to take the choice between this one or this one's cheaper, and I like it more, personally. Actually, they're probably about the same price. But like I was saying before, it's like, it's just, you guys, like, this build just went in a different roundabout way of getting a lot more healing from a lot of different sources, like on hit effects, on kill effects, on crit effects, right? Like this one, you heal for 40% of the crit. You know, that's just a different way of accomplishing the same goal, right? The flask one, this is actually like dope as shit. So I really like this one. That's something I could look into doing as well. I technically probably don't need it, but like, a few things that I do have a problem with is you're getting stunned so often. Like, how reliably can you Scorching Ray? Like, if you're getting like fucking smashed by like 50 mobs, can you even Scorching Ray? Because I feel like the answer is very little. I can barely even put up my my penance mark sometimes. I'm getting stunned so much. So I feel like this is kind of meh. But I do have stun recovery. I have the abominable force and everything. Yeah, I have a lower quality one than yours or whatever. But I feel like you want to be getting stunned. If you're not getting stunned, you're not healing, right? If totem swap. I mean, I personally don't like the totem swap. I personally don't like it. I feel like the totem would be good if you had 4 total totems. Because when you do the second cast, you cast 2 more, and the first 2 are still there. So you can almost indefinitely hold the button down to keep spamming them. I think that would be a lot stronger than having 3, which kind of overlap weirdly. But you kind of need like a lot more cast speed and play speed to really make it viable. Personally, I would rather have Detonate Dead in a 6-link. So my detonate dead is doing a lot more damage from explosions. Yeah, that's where the totem swap shield comes in. Yeah, exactly. If you can get the totem shield, just like 100 div right now for a good one, like I could see that being really good. But like having a 6-link detonate dead for bigger pops would be really good. But also like having an unearth, like low key, like an unearth for, at this point you're not gonna have any active abilities, but this is the way I play it at least. I have unearth, like a 21 unearth with, you know, increased, you know, levels and increased I did. This is for your the helmet's for your RF. This is a really good RF helmet. I have no problems with that. Other than the conk effect, like I know conk effect gives us more damage, but I like having the big area personally. So I'd rather take the damage hit for the extra area personally. And that's why like I moved RF down here, because RF is fine the way it is. Actually, I don't know why you have combustion in here. That's just a weird one. That's just really weird. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's more damage. Because it's force heals do more fire damage versus say well, because you already have burning damage in the helmet, you already have conk effect in the helmet, you already have efficacy in here. Finding it funny that it's still showing me efficacy. And LA focus. So your next one would be increased area of effect. And it's not as much damage per se. I find it funny that saying combustion doesn't work with this. Yeah. So I was right. Combustion doesn't actually work with RF because it says supports any skill that hits enemies. RF doesn't hit. So you need to drop combustion. And I personally would recommend increased area of effect. It doesn't give you much damage, if any, but it gives you a massive increase to your area. Skills, yeah, whatever. Anyway, I would rather you know that just for the extra radius, so it's easier to like hit more mobs from further away. It's pretty helpful. Like there's no other option here unless you put a life tap in here, because it can't take effect from duration gems unless you put a life tap in with it. So this is your only real option. But like having a 6-link detonate dead with an unearth, so unearth will spawn corpses on the ground that can be detonated with detonate dead when there's no other mobs to detonate. It's good for single target. If you don't have, like, if you're trying to kill like a last man standing kind of guy, and that's the best way to do it, right? That plus like scorching ray would be your second alternative, right? Like if you want to do scorching ray, do scorching ray instead. It's personal preference. I just do it so I can walk away and I don't have to hit any buttons. But the rest of this is fine. Like I said, I personally don't like firestorm repelting, but the way your build is set up, it makes sense because you're healing from all the hits. So there's nothing wrong with this. I just personally, I think the flammability is very useless except for the 25% chance to ignite. I feel like there could be a lot of other better options. You could never get what to do damage on that setup. Detonate dead? Wait, what do you mean you have the +4 helmet? Oh, you're talking about the helmet that gives +4 for the unearth, basically? That setup? Yeah, gotcha. I mean, I'm not saying unearth does a lot of damage without the +4 helmet, but it's still fine. Like a level 21 with a +2, so putting it to like 23 with, especially with the new socket change, so you have a 21% or a 20% quality with the +10 from the thing, and then you put the enhance on it as well. It gets a pretty decent hefty HP pull just from that. Not saying that the +4 isn't necessary, but it's not terrible. But like I said, that's more AFK oriented instead of active with the Scorching Ray. If you want to be a little bit more active, then Scorching Ray is probably way better in my opinion. It's just the problem I have with Scorching Ray is the debuff, like it pulling off reses does nothing. And I feel like Immolation is probably not as good for solo, like for self-cast, as the regular one because it's upfront damage and it doesn't scale past, you know, a certain point. Mr. Big Boy doesn't it? Yeah. I know. But yeah, if you were to do that, if you were to switch your Ruby and switch to Malevolence, and then obviously you got to put your Petrified Blood back in somewhere. That's the problem, right? You don't have anywhere to really stick it unless you get rid of your Golem or your Call of the Week. But having this is actually really cool. I like the Call of the Week. But yeah, if you were to do Arrogance here, you'd have to find a place to put your Petrified Blood, which is what makes things difficult. Because then, like, you're already full here, you're already full everywhere else. You'd have to drop Arrogance for your Petrified Blood. But even at this point, even if you put your Petrified Blood back in, you don't have any room to put your Flesh and Stone. Oh, you're going to take out Vitality? Well, what are you going to do with your Watcher's Eye then? Because you're not going to be rocking Watcher's Eye anymore for that. Are you going to buy a new Watcher's Eye? Another thing I would recommend is it looks like you're already trying to work towards it, but getting a corrupted version of this to give you bleed or poison immunity. That way you can replace one of your flasks. It's very helpful. You can do the same thing with probably your other ring as well. I personally don't like... Oh, this is what I was looking for earlier. It was like covered in ash. So you can get covered in ash on a cluster, I'm pretty sure. Or there's other places to get covered in ash if you really want it. Like I said, it's only 20% damage increase. I feel like this... The only thing that this truly does for you that's really good for your damage increase is the duration of ailments on enemies. The only true thing... I mean, that and the flat 25% LA damage on it. But those are the only two stats. Like the covered in ash is useful, so it's an extra 20. I mean, overall, this ring does give a lot of damage because the duration of ailments, the covered in ash, and the flat LA, it's decent. Like I said, I personally run the Hateful Accuser because I'm set up for trying to kill like Croesus if there's no mobs around. Right. I don't really need the Hateful Accuser other than that. But even when that point, like if I had a ring like this and I actually had like the totem set up, I could kill him with totem if I really needed to, because the totems can do a shit ton of damage. The problem I have with the totems and Croesus specifically is he jumps to the totems and it gets really annoying because he starts jumping around the screen, hitting all the totems, and the totems just go one shot and they don't get any time to actually do any damage. And then he's jumping away from me constantly, so I'm struggling to actually land any damage. So that's the only problem I have with Croesus fight with that. But I think the totem setup would probably be really strong, especially with this ring, because having the duration increasement just means you can stack even more burns. Because, you know, with the way that from the way it was explained to me on how the totem version works, is for each totem you place that actually hits the mob with immolation applies its own separate burn from all the other totems. So you cast 2, and then you cast another 2. That's 4. Cast another 2, and it replaces the first 2. But these are 2 new ones. That's up to 6 burns, and then you keep stacking and keep stacking. So you can get up to like 20, 30 burns if you can have enough cast speed and placement speed. And then if you have enough duration of ailments on enemies as well, you can stack it even higher. And then that's where the big single target burn comes into play with the build. That's why it's kind of like pretty insane and pretty juicy. I'm assuming you picked up a Headhunter just to get some juice out of this until you can afford a Mage Blood, or is it just like your end all be all kind of thing? Because I do know that you fight a lot of yellows and ultimatums and stuff, so it gives a lot of buffs and benefits. Oh, I don't know. The way I'm looking at your gear here, the only few things that I would even particularly think about changing. Because your Nebulous is good. Obviously, better shield. I mean, I like the shield, but better shield. Better shield zoom. That's what I thought. Okay. This is good other than the power charge. Like, you don't really need power charges, but this is really good. The only thing this could be better on is actually having HP. This is obviously fine. The gloves, the only thing I would change here is a better life roll and damage while leeching. So instead of having the armor evasion and the stun and block recovery, getting damage while leeching on here. It's the only thing I would change on these. Life recovery rate would be nice, but I don't think you can fit it in with the double resistances and trying to get damage while leeching and stuff. I don't think they'll all fit. And then the boots, the only thing I would change on the boots would be not having ES and getting a higher life roll. Like, everything else on here is perfectly fine. It's a pretty strong. The only problem here is, like, you're gonna end up dropping dex if you don't have ES on the boots. So you might have to rock like an armor ES base if you need the dex. Once again, this is where the timeless jewel comes into play. If you rock the timeless jewel, you don't have to get dex on your gear anymore, which opens up a suffix slot. Not necessary, but it's helpful. You got a good Defiance of Destiny. It's slightly off from a max, but it's really good. Obviously, like we were talking about these, try and get a corrupted version so you can get bleed immunity, poison immunity, possibly one of those two. Swap out a couple of your flasks. As you like, if you get a bleed immunity here, switch out your bleed immunity flask for something a little bit better. You get a poison, switch out your poison one. Switch out one of these for your ruby. That would be really helpful. Maybe get like, figure out which one of these you don't need the evasion, obviously, so maybe swatch out the evasion for like chance to ignite, so that way you can get closer to your 100% chance to ignite. It would make things so much smoother and better. I mean, you can get it on jewels as well, Cozy, but if you don't get it on the jewel, it's just an easy thing to get it on a ring, right? Unless you're looking for a different implicit corruption on your rings, like, it's an easy place to get it. You don't have to spend the big money on the corrupted jewel. Because I'll tell you right now, I got a corrupted jewel yesterday. I corrupted it myself, and it went from costing 1 divine to costing 45 divines, just because it got corrupted blood immunity. Right? So a 45 divine corrupted jewel versus a 5 divine ring. Right? Like, if you look at my ring, bleeding cannot be inflicted on you. Now, this doesn't take care of corrupted blood, but it takes care of bleeding, right? I haven't got my other one for poison immunity. But, like, if we were to, like, look at... So, for example, my Hateful Accuser, right? Because it's pretty expensive. 9 divines. Right? Just for it can't be poisoned. Now, if we were to switch this to cannot be bled. Interesting. There isn't one. It's an interesting one. So we can switch this to the other ring. Then I know you can get it on both. Horsey, like, you're gonna tell me you'd rather get that on a cluster or on a jewel when you can spend 5C to get one? Guaranteed bleed immune. So here's what I ended up doing, Cozy. I got the bleed, right? I spent a lot more, but I got the bleed, and then I changed. I don't know what your pantheons are, but I took the poison one. In this poison one alone, I don't need to worry about having poison immunity because it has less duration and it can only stack up to 3 times. I can't die from 3 stacks of poison. Unless I get hit with some really massive big dick poison hit, I can't die from 3 poisons. Now with how much healing I have. So this kind of makes me somewhat close to poison immune without being poison immune. I have bleed immunity, and I got lucky with one of my corruptions on my jewels that I was buying. Oh, it's on my other character. Never mind. I had to pick up corrupt blood immunity here for now, but I'm gonna end up dropping this once I get a mage blood, if I get a mage blood. But I would recommend swapping this out because it's already corrupted. Just buy a 5C version and just get bleed immunity, and then swap out your bleed flask here. You're gonna still be susceptible to corrupted blood, which is the problem because you don't have any other form of corrupted blood immunity, that you don't have one of these. You don't have one of the protection masters. Trying to see if you're like near one or yeah, because there's one here, but this one's kind of meh. Unless you're struggling with yeah, I was seeing if you had one, but you didn't take mastery. I guess not. Oh yeah, you don't really have any good options. So yeah, your only good option is the jewel. Those are stupid expensive. Like if you were to get like a meta version, right? If you were to get a meta for an Adorns, right? Oh, you have an ad. Let me know when you're back. And then yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, bro. All right, we're waiting on this ad to finish, guys, and then we're gonna keep talking. I'm curious. Hmm. Why is this 400 divides, bro? No one's gonna spend 400 divides on this. Yeah, it can't be maimed, but bro, it's fucked up. Absolutely cucked, bro. Oh, are you back yet? Because that's 50 divines. I feel like you're better off leaving the flask at that point and checking the ring for poison immunity instead of bleed immunity. Just waiting on you to get back from your ad. Back? Yeah, so I just looked up the corrupted jewel. Corrupted blood can't be inflicted on you. It's 50 divines. That's just wild. So without a corrupted blood immunity, I feel like you're probably better off spending 2 divines on the Valium ring for poison immunity. Even though the bleed immunity one is only 5C, I think you're better off with this. Because if you take the bleed immune and you take off the bleed immune flask, you're still susceptible to corrupted blood, which could easily kill you. Without a corrupted blood immunity, it's 50 divines for a jewel. It's not really worth it, right? So dropping your poison immune, better. Swap this out for your ignite and you're good, right? And then it just costs you 2 divines. What flask is it moving? Your poison immune? Why wouldn't you replace your poison immune if you get poison immunity on a ring? Sulfur? Well, what I meant by removing this is like get a different sulfur without the bleed immunity and corrupted blood immunity once you get those immunities. Right? So once you can get corrupted blood immunity on a jewel and you can get bleed immunity on your other ring, then you drop this for a different suffix. Same sulfur with the 3 charges, but a different suffix, right? Because at the end of the day, you're looking for good suffixes, right? So obviously, this guy, he has bleed and corrupted blood immunity. Don't really need it, but it's just what was made for me. I haven't changed it. This one, increased armor during effect, pretty solid. Chance to ignite. This is what you want on one of yours, so you can get to 100% chance to ignite. You don't need this, but I like this. The 3% life regen during flask effect. If you combo this with the thing that you have, the flask thing, that's just nuts. Just huge survivability. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's something I would do. It's 2 divines, yes. It's not super cheap, but it's pretty cheap. But you can replace this ring with a poison immune. You can swap out the poison immune flask for like I said, I highly recommend ignite chance flask at this point because you need to get to 100% ignite chance so you're clear and your potential DPS just skyrockets. Getting 1 kill and proccing an explosion that guarantee ignites is a night and day difference when you have the gloves that have the ignite prolif. It's wild. Crap. It is whatever that bottom one is. Is it infliction maybe? I think it's infliction. Mine says Flagon's ruby flask of infliction. Pretty sure that's what it is. Because all my other ones are flagonants or whatever. Yeah, of infliction it looks like. It can roll up to 34%. But that's going to be a wild increase for you. Because like I said, right now, with flammability, you're at 69%. Bad roll? No! With flammability, you're at 69%. With this, you'll be at 100%. So, guaranteed ignite on any explosions from Hanekora or any of your other hit mechanics that you have, like detonate dead or anything, flame surge, so on. All of those will guarantee ignite going forward, and that guarantee ignite means shit gets put on the ground. Things burn, and things take more damage. It just kind of scales and replicates, and just kind of it's really really strong. Like I said, the way I went about doing mine, instead of getting that shield, is I picked up this 4-point node. This is what I was saying before, Cozy. Is this 4-point node that you're right next to anyway? This 20% life preservation efficiency Hold you over until you can get the shield. Huh. Okay, that was weird. But yeah, that this right here will hold you over. Because you get 8% reservation efficiency of skills from the Champions of Curse, and then you get the 20% life preservation efficiency from the Reservation Mastery. This will literally allow you to put on Flesh and Stone right now. You just have to refund 4 points somewhere. And if I'm being honest, you had one open jewel slot anyway that you could refund a point from. And honestly, I would recommend refunding Cremator anyway. It's 30% damage reduction. So it lowers your damage a little bit, but this destroys ignited enemies killed or destroyed is really cucking you, I think, from your detonate dead. I don't think it's really too big of a deal personally. Actually, the quality of life of it might be nice. You're not having to deal with corpses that have on death effects and stuff. It could be pretty useful, so it might be worth keeping. But I'm just saying, like, this 4 points to put on Flesh and Stone could be pretty good for you. Like I said, it's really hard revamping stuff or like talking about, oh, try this or try that. It's like changing one thing in a build can completely brick it, right? Can completely make it feel terrible, and it requires like a 50-step process just to make one minor change. It can be very hard because you're already stuck in a position where you need like you're already adorned, right? So you need as many jewel slots as possible to take effect if you're adorned. So you can't really like refund much of anything because you're stuck with adorns, right? But I just feel like you have a hodgepodge of different jewels at this point. Like you have this damage over time. It's not a damage over time multiplier, it's a flat damage over time, which isn't as strong with max life. And then you have over here, you have like max life and chaos res. But then down here, you have, you know, fire damage multi with fire damage. Right? You got some like hodgepodges of different things. Fire damage with fire like max res. You have these like random hodgepodge like jewels in place that there's no theme across them. It just feels weird. I don't know, overall, I like the build. I like the idea. I like the concept, and it seems like it would be really strong. It's just there's a few things that I'm not a huge fan of. Like I said, that's the manual cast of Scorching Ray can be a little bit of a problem if you're getting hit too much. So you have to wait for a minion, like most of the mobs, to die, and if anything's still alive, you have a single target skill. I like the idea of a single target skill. Um, Once again, I'm not a huge fan of the flammability personally, but it's helpful in the situation until you get to tattoos. The Firestorm Repelting, I'm personally not a fan of either, especially if you are to drop Vitality. It's got a useless effect at that point. So it's like worth dropping Firestorm Repelting at that point because you don't need it if you drop Vitality. So nice, that's huge. Let's go. That's huge. That should be a massive boom to your clear and the speed and your DPS. Yeah, I don't know. Just looking at it the way I'm looking at it, I feel like one thing that would help you, obviously, for survive. Like, if you're not having a survivability issue, like, at the end of the day, Cozy, like this is what it boils down to. If you're not having a survivability issue, why do we need to worry about survivability, right? Why do we need to change to get Flesh and Stone in place if you're not having a survivability issue? Focus more on offense, right? But if you are having a survivability issue, then that's when we have to like, okay, well, how much more survivability do we need to stop being a problem? So it's this balancing act. You got to find that sweet spot of like where you can do the content you're trying to do, and you know you're not going to die. Once you hit that threshold, you can focus all of it on offense. But then as you put more into offense, you could probably lose a little bit in defense because now your offense is so high, you can actually survive longer, better. Running Mal now? Okay. Yeah, Mal should give you a decent amount of damage increase as well. Like I said, the purity, if you swapped in the ruby flask that we were talking about, you'll still be at 90%. Well, let me take that back. You'll be at 90% even after you drop one of your plus 2% fire residuals. Like, I took this one off earlier. Can't see it because it gets all freaking wonky. But this deceptive or decrepifying cobalt jewel of Phoenix, I took it off because with switching a ruby flask on, you'll be at 90% after taking off that jewel, right? Because it gives 2 flat fire res, but technically with the Adorns it gives you 3. So you were at 88%. You take the jewel off, you're at 85. The ruby flask puts you back to 90. So you have a jewel slot open now. Now you have 2 jewel slots that you can invest into buying. I can't type. Fire damage over time multi with some life. Sorry. You can get some of these, right? And in my personal opinion, these are stupid expensive. But 4 divines for non-corrupted. And then if you buy a corrupted, which you might not want to buy an uncorrupted, 6 divines. So it's 2 divines cheaper to buy it uncorrupted to corrupt it yourself. Now, that's scary because I want to say it's a 66% chance, roughly, at least from my experience, to land the corruption properly, right? To not brick it. So you net a positive here. So if you buy like 9 of them, right? 6 of them will corrupt correctly, the other 3 will not. So, personal preference there on how you want to do it. You either buy them uncorrupted or you buy them corrupted. But you would need these. These is what I would recommend for sure. And that's where like what happened with me, with my other character, I gambed and I hit corrupted blood immunity. So I bought a jewel for 200 or for 160C. And the corrupted versions are like 2 divines. So I bought it for like 160C. I hit it with a Valor, but I hit corrupted blood immunity. It's worth 50 divines. So I hit big. Now, granted, I bought 9. I corrupted 6. I hit big on 1. The other 5 hit just random generic, just corruptions, and then 3 of them bricked. So I netted a huge profit because of that 1 corrupted blood immunity, but even without that one, I still would have netted a profit. Because I was buying them for about a div, and they were worth 2. So I made 6 div off the ones that corrupted correctly, and I lost 3 div on the other one. So I netted a positive of 3 div, basically. I saved myself 3 divines buying them and corrupting them myself. And like I said, you can get really lucky and get corrupted blood immunity. So, but from what I can see, those are the only, like, obviously we talked for a long time. We talked about a lot of different things. Those were the few things that I noticed. Those are the few things that were like standing out to me that were different, that I'm not sure are good or bad. But I think in conjunction with everything you have, I think it all works out quite well. You have just as much healing and survivability as I do with the other version, like rocking my version versus your version. I don't think that's a problem. I think your damage is probably relatively comparable. I think you have more like righteous fire damage than I do. I'm just curious on your actual, like, is most of your damage just your Hinakura explosions? Just like mine? Wait, skill gem catch? What did I catch? Sorry. I have smooth brain sometimes. Don't mind me. Oh, the combustion. Yeah. That was a huge hit to your DPS. But like I said, the area of effect would be nice. Like you don't, it's not any damage increase. It's a utility increase. Getting that +4 to AOE is massive. It's a huge, like super, like just nice change. Have that extra area of effect because when you're standing in an ultimatum and your circle's like 2 feet next to you, it's like right here. Things have to come to you, right? If your circle's all the way out here, woo, boy, it just feels good. Yeah, running through toxic sewer and your circle can cover the whole room, it's nice. Or like the whole hallway. It's so much better than having conk effect and you literally have to like zigzag in the tunnel to hit everything. It's super annoying. But super, super, super helpful to have the increased area of effect. Now combustion's not a bad thing to put on something like Detonate Dead Cozy. If you were trying to, because it would work on Detonate Dead. It would give it the extra ignite chance on Detonate Dead because it actually has a hit mechanic. But none of the other stuff has a hit mechanic. So that's the few things that I saw that I would change or recommend options. Like I said, now that did you actually take off vitality? Because I remember you made a comment that you were going to remove vitality. Because I'm not opposed to this. Eventually you want, but that was the one problem I have with your build right now is you're so gem starved because of all the things you're trying to add in that I feel like dropping Firestorm is kind of nice. Keeping it for right now. Yeah, I was gonna say it's worth keeping for now because you have that Watcher's Eye and it's super useful for your survivability to have Firestorm repelting with that Watcher's Eye with vitality. But if you can swap out the Watcher's Eye for a Malevolence Watcher's Eye for more damage, and then take off vitality, unless you get like a 2-prop, Malevolence with vitality, drop your vitality and get rid of this Firestorm repelting. It gives you a couple sockets to work with because I think Malevolence with Arrogance is a good boost, and if you get a Malevolence Watcher's Eye on top of that, it's even more of a DPS boost. It leaves you open for Flame and Flesh at that point. So yes, you're losing some healing from the Watcher's Eye and the Firestorm repelting, but you're gaining the flat 20% less damage from being Flesh and Stone. So it's give and take, right? I don't know which one would be better, which one's stronger. There'd be trial and error, testing personal preference kind of thing. But I feel like that would give you a nice little choice between the two, fixing them up a little bit. But like I said, you're a little gym starved. And like I said, having the flammability versus the punishment is huge because I don't know if you've messed with punishment all that much. But flammability, all it does is give you the negative fire res and the chance to ignite, which neither one of those helps you while you're stationary. Like the chance to ignite helps for the pops to ignite, yes. But once you get the tattoos going and you get the 100% chance without it, punishment is much better because they just take increased damage when they're past 50% life. And that's a huge boost to your damage. So you start smacking something and you're doing okay damage, you get a pop. They get below 50% HP, they insta-die. They die so fast past 50%. It's ridiculous. So that's another thing is like switching in that punishment eventually. And if you can eventually afford the shield for the totem, getting 4 totems, doing the totem swap be huge for you. I don't remember who was telling me. I think it was Fip. I think he's in my chat. He might be. I don't know. Someone did some min-maxing, some research, some trial and error stuff, and they found that there was a specific threshold of cast speed to the totem placement. That's like a great breakpoint to hit, and it's really easy to hit. I don't remember what it was. I think Fip was the one that showed it to me. He might have the information again, but that one's really it's something you got to shoot for specifically. I think there's like a combo of 2 things. You get these 2 points somewhere. It gives you just enough cat speed and just enough totem placement with very little investment to make the totem placement just right. and then you get to just hold down the button and just fucking melt bosses. But yeah, your helmet should be good now. I honestly would probably swap the Stone Golem back out personally, because the 20% defense and the 110% life regen is kind of meh. But for that Frost Bomb's huge. And it's honestly, it's purely huge because of the recovery. The reduced life regeneration is massive. And it's not that you run into a whole lot of mobs that have it, but when you do, it's such a huge, like, mental just cuck. It just cucks you so hard. Because you get up to a mob and you're just like, oh, I can't kill this mob. Moving on. Because they just have too much HP. They have too much healing. They have leech on top of that. They're on conk effect. There's a slew of fucking bad combinations that can happen. And then you just can't kill the boss or the mob or whatever. And it's just useful to have this for that reason. I think this is better to have that. I do like the Call of the Week, though. That is actually huge. I'm contemplating possibly doing that. That would be pretty strong. Putting that on one of my my skills so I can, like, pop things that are like 33%. That's, like, insane. You can't sustain RF, but you don't die. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you don't have much net life recovery because you don't have, like, a lot of regen, right? But most of your regen comes from taking damage. You get hit, you regen a portion of that. You get crit, you regen a portion of that. You do some damage and an explosion, you're leeching some there. You're doing this. Your flasks pop, you get huge regen from your flasks popping and dropping conk effect and a bunch of other things. Like, that's the problem. That's why when I saw your regen, I was like, ugh, I'm not a huge fan. Because I have like 2,000 regen or something like that. Yeah, I have like 1,700 regen right now. And that's not counting any of my other forms. Like, I have the Defiance of Destiny. I have a bunch of healing when I'm, stunned, damage recouped over time, and all those other things I have in place as well. Like, that's just my setup personally, right? I mean, eventually I plan on dropping the Mortal Flesh for a Mage Blood, and then rocking, 4 flasks. And I don't know what my 5th flask would be. I did Cinder Swallow last time. It wasn't too terrible. But I think the Progenesis flask is overall better. But yeah, swapping out the shield for a slightly better shield would be good. Obviously getting poison immunity on this, so I don't have to worry about poison anymore. And then I can swap out my Pantheon for effective shock. And then I just need to get a little bit more reduced effective shock, and I don't have to worry about shock anymore. But I thought about it. After I saw yours, I was like, bro, that would be nuts. Because I'm right here. I just don't know what to drop for it. Right? Tempted to drop, like, these nodes here. But that just gives me enough for this. I still need 2 more points. I mean, I can drop this node. Need 1 more. Probably don't need this. Actually, I do need that. Because it's one of my skills. I'm pretty sure if I refund that, can't wear something. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. Yeah. So I'd like to refund 1 point. I don't really have 1 point to refund right now. Oh, also for now, Cozy, another thing I saw in your build that I didn't think about till just now is you're taking this node. You count as low life at 55% life. You don't need this right now. Later you do, but you don't need this right now. So if you want to save a point, put it somewhere else, this is another thing you could refund and swap. Because you're only... I mean, I take that back. It's useful because it gives you an extra 5% life, but I feel like Probably better uses. Like, use it if you want. I mean, I'm kind of wrong. You still need. Yeah, I need the Dex note too.
Let's see what we can
Oh, I
do,
don't.
eh?
Interesting. Oh shit, let's go. Hold on, what was it taking off? So Dex node. This. Then we'll take off a little bit of this damage. Like, I don't have a survivability issue, but it's actually kind of wild. Like, that's just wild healing, bro. Like, that's just crazy amount of healing. Can I ever find this other Dex node? Curious.
Let's see
No.
what we can do.
The other thing I want to do is I want to drop this and grab this instead. This is another option you have for regen, Cozy. Since you're on low life, you grab this. It's 0.6, 0.6, and then 4%. So it's 5.6% regen for 3 points. It's a crazy amount of regen. But I'm taking this one, 0.6, 0.6, and then 1.8 with 15% regen rate. Regen rate's good if you have a bunch of regen from a bunch of other sources because it multiplies all of them. But since I'm not taking a whole ton of regen, because I have this regen, and then like this regen, and then like the wheel regen, I feel like it's not a lot. But I have to buy this Room Graft of Bound again,
You've got for me.
which I can afford now, but yeah, 30C, I'm down for that.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Crosus is always going to be a problem. So this is what I was saying before. If you don't get lucky and kill Crosus with explosions from the mobs around him, if you're stuck with just Crosus, that's where the Hateful Accuser comes into play. But here's the dilemma to the Hateful Accuser. When you're up against Crosus and you're spawning the Phantasms, if you don't have enough damage to kill the Phantasm, you cannot kill Crosus. Because the Phantasm's HP scale with the HP of Crosus. The higher, stronger Crosus is, the bigger, higher level you fight him, the higher stage you fight him in, the more HP those have. If you cannot kill them, like the Phantasms, you cannot get a pop from the Phantasm to kill Crosus. So that's where totems would come in place, or the Scorching Ray would come in place. But if your Scorching Ray cannot do enough damage to break his shield before he regens his shield, you're in an infinite loop where you cannot kill the boss. And that's what happens to me when I'm up against him as well. If I don't get a lucky pop, I'm just cucked. There's nothing I can do about it. And that kind of sucks, right? At the end of the day, that just kind of blows. How do I... I need to remove the tattoo. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Is like when you fight Crosus or single targets in general, that's the problem you run into, and that's kind of like why I was saying before is like you need like more HP gives you more RF damage. More RF damage gives you the better potential of killing those the Phantasms with the Hateful Accuser specifically. Like I said, what you can do is you can actually have a Hateful Accuser in your bag, right, in your inventory, and if you ever run into a part where you're on a single boss, you have nothing to kill him with, you can swap the Hateful Accuser on temporarily, spawn the Phantasms, kill the mob, and then swap back. It's like it's an option for you because it's not good other than having the penance mark. So that's something I should be doing. Like, what's that ring that you're rocking? It's tempting to actually rock that ring. Polaric. And just swap them in as needed. Yeah, 3 div for something like this, like this is not a bad option. Plopping this on and then rocking that whenever I'm not on a single target, and then swap that in as needed. Like that's a good option for me. But anyway, like I don't know. I don't. Like I said, I don't like your build, but I don't hate your build. Like it's not that I don't. It's not that I hate your build. It's not that I don't like it. It's hard to explain. It's just done in a different way that I'm not used to, and I kind of have anxiety for things I'm not used to. So looking at your build kind of hurts my anxiety a little bit because I'm like, oh, but what about this? Oh, but this helps. This works. That works. I like this, but I don't like this. It's like I'm used to this way, but not that way. It's just really hard to do things in different ways, you know. Yeah, right now I don't have enough damage to do Croesus myself either. It's kind of sad. Kind of makes me really sad. What's your tooltip Righteous Fire? Mine's only 120k just standing in town. With like no flasks running, no nothing. Just like purely just standing there by my damn self. It's literally 120, which is really bad. I haven't put a lot of effort into my character this league because I was really, I would say distraught is the good word for it. I wasn't making any currency. 300. Okay, that's what the POB was saying for years. It's funny is like I feel like if I POB'd my character, it would say more than 120k. Oh, maybe not. Interesting. Yeah, I have like dog water of fucking. Oh, it's already more 140, but it doesn't take into. I guess this. Yeah, this doesn't take into consider. Oh, the tooltip doesn't take consideration of the fire res rip. Interesting. It says I'm only at 66k DPS. Interesting. Hmm. But yeah, the ignite spread, bro. Like I'm not even gonna lie, you want to really get a big ignite spread. You don't need one in most situations. I would say the only reason you would need like the 1.7 ignite spread is with the hateful accuser specifically. And the reason for that is because when you pop something and you get the explosion, that hateful accuser frozen for fucking eternity. Can I get unfrozen, please? Thank you. The ignite gets put on the ground, it having a 1.7 meter radius, and then you use the rune graph that makes it 20% bigger. Bro, the amount of ignite spread that gives covers so much of the damn ground. Like, even though the whatchamacallits? Can't even think what I'm talking about. The phantasms, they spawn so far away. Even though they spawn so far away, they still ignite spread to the boss because the extra the radius at which the ignites spread. It's so good. It's so worth it. And you're in an ad, so you probably haven't heard a word I said. Correct. So you didn't hear me. Can you hear me now? Good. Yeah. So what I was saying is like the ignite spread on your gloves is super, super, super helpful for killing people like Croesus, right? Or single target bosses and stuff like that. Because with our build, that's what our build struggles at, right? Our build struggles at single target damage because we don't really have a high DPS single target skill. Right? Most of our single target damage is our Hanakora proccing and killing the boss, right? From the big ignite. The problem with that is you got a RNG chance of proccing it and then it hitting the boss and it actually doing enough damage to kill the boss before it wears off. So ignite duration can help and stuff like that. But getting the increased spread radius, so 1.7 is the highest. I ended up buying a 1.6. You combo that with Runegraft of the Bound, and it gives all the stats from your glove a 20% boost. So 20% boost to that ignite spread puts you to like 2.1-ish, 2.2, something like that, ignite spread. So imagine the size of your RF right now is the size of what every ignite is going to spread on the ground. So if you're rocking a Hateful Accuser, for example, for Croesus or any single target boss, the Phantasm spawns here, he dies, he puts that big aura on the ground, it's most likely going to touch the boss, which is going to apply an ignite to him. If you don't have that big ignite spread, then it's not going to hit the boss and you're going to get 0 single target, DPS. And that's like a huge boost to the DPS, the single target DPS for characters, right? Wait, what? Did you invite me to something? I just said accept. I don't know what it was. I forgot. I need to kill the boss first. I do not have movement speed on my boots. I rely on shield charge. I don't really like zooming at 100,000 miles an hour personally. There's something about me I just don't really like. Moving really fast just bugs the shit out of me. Yeah, how are you still awake? Didn't you have like a fucking migraine earlier?
Ready for indecision is terrible, spineless, and indecisive. Splendid.
Oh man, but yeah, I wasn't having any fun playing this league until I started doing the charts. Like I wasn't a fan of doing the new league mechanic because it was just boring. And I hate having to go to different zones. Like I hate having to map spam to get a currency to then go to another zone to spend a currency. It just bugs the crap out of me. But once I started doing it and saw how much money I was making from it, because I wasn't making any money mapping. Like 0 money mapping. Once I switched over, it was a fucking night and day difference. Started making massive money. So, what are these for? What do you want me to do? What do we get? The only one I like is Valdo's. Curious. I have enough for Valdo's yet? Just not. What was that one called? I have one of three. How much is that? I'm curious on how much that costs. The one of three. Wait, what? They're 60C? What the shit? Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite Scorching Ray. I have that. I'm just not running Scorching Ray right now. Song is this? It is Ancient from RuneScape. What's going on, Eden? Could be from, yeah, it's from RuneScape, but it's called Ancient. But anyway, I don't know if any of that information we covered earlier helped you out. Sorry. Guess I'm yawning. Cozy. I hope anything that I talked about helped you out in any way, shape, or form. It is. They got some really chill music. I love Blast and RuneScape music. It's really chill. Like, I just listen to it on Spotify. It's so much music. Crazy. Yes. All right, that's good. Well, I'm gonna get off here, guys. It's 5 a.m. It's the end of my stream. We do have a Discord. If any of you haven't joined it and want to join it, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something up, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. Just at me at any time. As long as I'm awake and alive, I'll answer you best I can. Also, if you guys haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that as well. Just go into a little about me, go give it a little clicky, go give that a little watch. If you ever missed a stream, want to rewatch a stream, that's the best place to do it. Next stream will be tomorrow? Yeah, tonight, whatever. Yeah, so tonight, we'll stream tonight. Probably just more POE. I was planning on switching back to Guild Wars 2, but I was kind of in the mood to keep playing. Kind of in the mood to keep playing this character. Actually, I wanted to play more on my Death's Oath, but I'm so pissed at how squishy that character is. This guy is way too tanky to, like, get him up. Are you gonna make me put on some cosmetics? Like, ugh, let me put on some cosmetics here. What are we gonna look like? Yeah, we'll go with Celestial. I like Celestial. I think Celestial is my favorite. Do some good old dragons. Anyway, Eden, thanks for stopping by. Cozy, thanks for coming and hanging out. Oh, I'm glad we were able to help you out a little bit. Like I said, we can chat more tomorrow if you're around. If you guys need any more help, if you guys need any questions or whatever, feel free to chime in the Discord or come back tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See ya. Talk to you guys later.